Father Pierre.
Let us pray. Eternal and gracious Lord, we acknowledge your holy presence this morning as we gather for the sitting of the Senate of Antigua and Barbuda. And at the beginning of this new term, as we entrust this honorable house into your hands, we want also to thank you for your guiding hand and faithful protection throughout the last term, and for all that your grace has enabled us to accomplish. As we embark upon this new journey together, we commend into your loving care both the returning senators and those who have been newly appointed to this honorable house, and those to be sworn in today. Sustain them with your grace and guide them by your wisdom, that they may serve with courage, integrity, and humility, always seeking your holy will and the well-being of the people of our Twin Island nation. As they deliberate upon the bills and other matters before them today, grant that despite their differences and honest disagreement, they may be patient in listening, respectful in debate, and supportive of one another when needed. Fill them with a spirit of dialogue, mutual respect, and discernment, so that they may faithfully discharge the responsibilities entrusted to them, and under your guidance, arrive at the right decisions that promote justice, peace, and the common good. Bless the work of this sitting and their labors and vision during this new term. May their effort bear lasting fruit, strengthen our democracy, and bring hope, prosperity, and joy to the people of Antigua and Barbuda. We make this prayer through Christ our Lord. And together we pray as Jesus himself taught us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, the glory, forever and ever. Amen. And may Almighty God bless you, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen. The House is now in session. Madam Clerk.
Confirmation of minutes.
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, members of this House. I move by way of motion that the minutes of Tuesday, 31st March 2026 and Wednesday, 20th May 2026 be confirmed as what transpired in this Honorable House.
Madam President, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you, Senators. It has been moved and seconded that the minutes of 31st March 2026 and the 20th of May 2026 be confirmed. Those in favor, please say aye. Those against, say no. I believe the ayes have it. The minutes have been confirmed accordingly. Madam Clerk.
Oath of allegiance of a new member.
Fabian Alexander Jones, swear by Almighty God that I will faithfully bear true allegiance to the state of Antigua and Barbuda, its constitution and laws, so help me God. Thank you.
Messages from the Governor General. Announcements by the President.
A very pleasant good morning to everyone. Just a few seconds. I wish to acknowledge Senator Jones. Welcome back. You didn't get to be a part of the fanfare and all the glam on the first session. We're very happy to see your face. And I was pleasantly surprised this morning when I was told that you'd be taking your oath this morning. So again, welcome back. I wish to also acknowledge that Senator Chester Hughes has asked to be excused for today as he is attending his graduation ceremony in the UK, and we wish him all the best. You know, he's recently completed his Bachelor of Laws, and that is truly commendable, and we offer and extend our congratulations to him. So unfortunately, he won't be here today. I also wish to bring to you greetings, a correspondence received from the Youth Parliament, and I have undertaken to read it in its entirety because I think it is important. It is addressed to the Senate of Antigua and Barbuda from the immediate past president of the National Youth Parliamentary Association of Antigua and Barbuda, Ms. Jessica Sutra, who is present in the gallery today along with the current president, newly elected president, and other member from the Youth Parliament. It is addressed to, as I said, Madam President and honorable senators. It is with immense pleasure that I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all newly appointed and reappointed senators who have been entrusted to serve in the Senate of Antigua and Barbuda. I wish to offer special congratulations to the young people who have been appointed to serve, namely Senator Shaquan O'Neal, Senator Jonathan Wenner, and Senator Tiffany Strachan-Peters. Your appointments are a source of immense pride, not only for your families and communities, but also for the countless young people who now see that dedication, preparation, and service can lead to the highest institutions of our nation. Today is particularly significant for the National Youth Parliament Association of Antigua and Barbuda. In December 2022, we celebrated the historic appointment of our first alumnus, Senator Caleb Gardner, to this honorable chamber. That milestone affirmed our belief that the National Youth Parliament is a true training ground for future national leaders. Today, with the appointments of Senator Jonathan Wenner and Shaquan O'Neal, that legacy continues to grow, and we could not be more proud. Senator Jonathan and Senator Shaquan, it has been one of the greatest privileges of my own journey to have sat in this very seat as presiding officer during sittings in which both of you participated as youth parliamentarians. Today it is truly special and a full circle moment to see you take your seats in this chamber under the guidance of Madam President as your presiding officer. It is a testament to your growth, your commitment, and the very purpose of the National Youth Parliament to prepare young leaders for meaningful service, public service that is, and I have every confidence that you will serve with distinction. As you take your seats in these hallowed halls, remember the principles that have guided your training. You now sit not as a member of the executive, but as legislators entrusted with the solemn responsibility of scrutinizing legislation, engaging in thoughtful debate, and acting in the best interest of Antigua and Barbuda. While each of you may have your own political affiliations, I encourage you to set those aside whenever you enter this chamber. Your foremost allegiance here must be to the Constitution and to the people of Antigua and Barbuda. Let every contribution you make and every vote you cast be guided by the principle, fairness, sound judgment, and the national interest rather than the partisan considerations. May we carry the lessons learned, the values instilled, and the confidence earned through your experiences into this new chapter of public service. The National Youth Parliament family celebrates your achievements, stands immensely proud of you, and looks forward to witnessing the positive impact you will undoubtedly make on the future of our nation. Congratulations once again, and may your service bring honor to yourselves and to Antigua and Barbuda. Now, I chose to read this in entirety because I think it was fitting for it to replace what I would have said this morning. I think it encapsulates everything that I would want to admonish for each and every one of us. It's not just the youth, that we are here serving the people of Antigua and Barbuda, and we all expect the best of you. So thank you, Madam Past President, National Youth Parliament, for those encouraging words for all of us here this morning. In that same vein, I want to recognize formally, I think this is the first sitting we've had since the passing of Senator Mary Claire Hurst. And as is customary, we want to honor those persons who have led the way before us. On their passing, we normally observe a moment's silence, and we use this as a time to reflect on their contribution, the specific person, but on the contribution of all those who would have gone before us to have laid the solid foundation on which we stand. And hopefully in that reflection, we can take the good things and build on them for our own journey. So at this moment, at this time, I encourage us all to stand, and Madam Clerk will help us to observe a moment's silence in honor of Senator Mary Claire Hurst. Thank you. You may be seated. Finally, for the few announcements by the President. I know today is the day that all of us would be in a position to give extend our gratitude to whomever we see fit. And normally we would ask that be done during the for new senators, the personal explanations on the order paper. However, because every one of us would want to say something, I'm going to encourage you in your presentations this morning to take 3 minutes to say your opening statements, to give your opening statements, show your appreciation to whomever you may feel. All of us will have that opportunity when we stand, all of you, sorry, I'm not standing to speak, when you stand to speak on the bills that are before us. Okay, we're clear on that? And of course, at the time, I will remind you of the timelines as set out in the standing orders as to what your debate, your presentations, the time that your presentation should be. I believe that would be all for me this morning. Madam Clerk.
Presentation of petitions. Presentation of papers and reports from select committees.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I beg to lay on the table the following statutory instruments. Number 13 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism Security Council Resolution Amendment, Number 12 Order 2026. Number 26 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism Security Council Resolution Amendment, Number 13 Order 2026. Number 27 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism Security Council Resolution Amendment, Number 14 Order 2026. Number 28 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism Security Council Resolution Amendment, Number 15 Order 2026. Number 30 of 2026, the Antigua and Barbuda Labor Code Minimum Basic Wage Order 2026. Number 31 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism Security Council Resolution Amendment, Number 16 Order of 2026. Number 32 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism Security Council Resolution Amendment, of 2026. Proclamation dated the 31st day of March 2026, dissolving Parliament. Number 34 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism Security Council Resolution Amendment, Number 18 Order 2026. Number 35 of 2026, the Merchant Shipping Designated Authority Regulations 2026. Number 36 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism Security Council Resolution Amendment Number 19 Order 2026. Number 37 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism Security Council Resolution Amendment Number 20 Order of 2026. Number 38 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism Security Council Resolution Amendment, Number 21 Order of 2026. Number 38 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism Security Council Resolution Amendment, Number 21 Order of 2026. Number 39 of 2026, proclamation dated the 11th day of May 2026, appointing the place and time for the first session of Parliament. Number 40 of 2026, notice by the Minister on the Section 1 of the Paradise Found Project Act of 2015. Number 41 of 2026, Public Health Act, Declaration of a Dangerous Infectious Disease Order of 2026. Number 42 of 2026, the Antigua and Barbuda Sales Tax, Manufacturing Exemptions Regulations Amendment of Schedule, Number 2 Order of 2026. Number 43 of 2026, the Revenue Recovery Charge Exemption, Number 2 Order of 2026. Number 46 of 2026, notice by the Minister on the Section 1 of the Special Economic Zone Act of 2015. Number 47 of 2026, notice by the Minister on the Section 1 of the Antigua and Barbuda Citizenship by Investment Amendment Act 2016. Number 48 of 2026, notice by the Minister on the Section 1 of the Advanced Passenger Information Act 2026. Number 49 of 2026, notice by the Minister on the Section 1 of the Law Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2016. Number 50 of 2026, Investment Authority Amendment Act 2019, date of commencement order 2026. Number 52 of 2026, Investment Authority Amendment Number 2 Act 2019, date of commencement order 2026. Number 53 of 2026, notice by the Minister on the Section 1 of the Representation of the People, Scrutineer's Pension Act 2022. Number 54 of 2026, notice by the Minister on the Section 1 of the Anti-Gang Act 2024. Number 55 of 2026, notice by the Minister on the Section 1 of the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Act 2025. Number 56 of 2026, Non-Citizens Undeveloped Land Declaration of Undeveloped Land, Number 5 Order 2026. And number 57 of 2026, Eastern Caribbean Deposit Insurance Corporation Agreement Act 2025, date of commencement, order 2020.
Madam Clerk?
Okay, thank you. Urgent questions. Questions on notice. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the Senate on matters of urgent public importance. Statement by ministers or parliamentary secretaries. Personal explanations. Motions relating to the business of sittings of the Senate and moved by a minister. Introduction of bills.
Senator Gavaya.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I beg to move the first reading of the following bills for acts shortly entitled Citizenship by Investment Amendment Bill 2026, Sexual Offences Bill 2026, Theft Bill 2026, Voluntary Bill 2026, Plea Negotiations and Agreement Bill 2026, Cannabis Amendment Bill 2026, Workplace Violence and Harassment Prevention Bill 2026, Mental Health Bill 2026, and Medical Laboratories Bill 2026.
Madam Clerk.
Citizenship by Investment Amendment Bill 2026. Sexual Offences Bill 2026. Theft Bill 2026. Voluntary Bill of Indictment 2026. Plea Negotiation and Agreement Bill 2026. Cannabis Amendment Bill 2026. Workplace Violence and Harassment Prevention Bill 2026. Mental Health Bill 2026. Medical Laboratories Bill 2026. Public Business.
Senator Guevara.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order 57B to enable the Senate to proceed with the second and third readings of the following bills for acts shortly entitled the Fatal Accidents Bill 2026, Magistrates Court of Procedure Amendment Bill 2026, Electronic Crimes Amendment Bill 2026, the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2026, and the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026.
Do I have a seconder, please?
Madam President, I second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that Standing Order 57B be suspended to enable the bills shortly entitled Fatal Accidents Bill 2026, Magistrates Code of Procedure Amendment Bill 2026, Electronic Crimes Amendment Bill 2026, the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2026, the Advanced Passenger Information and Passenger Name Record Bill 2026 to be read a second and third time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Senator Guevara.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled the Fatal Accidents Bill 2026, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to lend full support to this legislation, Madam President. Madam President, it is important because not is it merely just a simple amendment to our legal framework, but it represents, Madam President, compassionate and necessary reform that places people, our families, and fairness at the center of our justice system. King, again. Yeah, all the mics. Okay, I'll start over, Madam President. So, Madam President, well, let me begin by, first of all, thanking the Honorable Prime Minister Brown and his, it's not working again? No?
Yes, proceed, Senator.
Okay, thank you so very much, Madam President. I apologize for technical difficulties that we're experiencing this morning. Notwithstanding, we will move. So, first of all, Madam President, permit me to thank Prime Minister Brown and his cabinet for this appointment yet again. I remember my journey when I started in 2014. I was sitting right where Senator Strand is seated currently, and every journey I remember just sitting in the chairs, progressively coming up to this end, Madam President. And a year ago, thereabout, yes, I had the honor of being appointed as the leader of government business in the Senate, Madam President. And it's one that I do not take lightly at all. Because for some may think a young person, there's a lot more senior people who perhaps would or could have been given the opportunity. But you know, Prime Minister Brown and his cabinet recognizes the importance of young people within decision making. And I'm also proud to see that when you look across on this side, specifically, that we have 5 of us who are under the age of 40, Madam President. And it's a step in the right direction. As a Labour Party government, Madam President, we understand the importance of preparing the next generation of leaders as an institution that has been built on growth and development and empowering our people, Madam President. Madam President, it's even more heartwarming to see, you know, the men are still dominating a little bit, you know, but it's heartwarming to see, and across both sides, that we have 7 of us in here as females, with yourself again as the president. We have our Senator Malika Parker, our independent senator. You know, women empowerment, Madam President, to recognize the importance of giving females opportunities, Madam President. I may be unfair and biased by saying this, but you know, you give a woman a job, we're going to get it done, Madam President. So it's such an honor to be here. I also want to acknowledge Senator Mary Claire Hurst, who served as my mentor when I joined the Antigua-Barbuda Labour Party youth group in around 2007 or 2006, thereabout. You know, she provided that support mechanism. And you know, Senator Hurst, Tanti, as we would call her, those of us who are close to her, she was never afraid to teach you. And she never felt as if you were there to try to take up space or to take a position. And that's what I admire most about her. Because, you know, sometimes in life there are people who, maybe for their insecurities or for whatever reason, they do not wish to teach. But she was never afraid to teach all of us from the youth group who she guided. You know, she taught us everything about the Labour Party's constitution, how the party works, how you have to give of your time and your dedication. And I appreciated that so much about her. And we remained friends. She has been a mentor, guidance, even when I was sitting a few seats down from her and she served as leader of government business in the Senate. She would always be one on the weekend to ask, are you prepared for Parliament? When I was late, sometimes, not all the time, Madam President, I'm not sure why you're clearing your throat, but be as it may, she would constantly send me some eyes reminder that, you need to ensure that you are on time. She wasn't afraid to provide constructive criticism, and it was someone who I have, and I still do have, the utmost respect for. And I remember as her health began to deteriorate, and she was appointed then as the deputy leader, and she sat right beside me. She was always there to motivate, to encourage me. And when you serve in this house, it's a learning opportunity. So from time to time, she would give me a little nudge to remind me. Even within our political party, she wasn't afraid to involve us. She created what we call the Labour Party Secretariat. A group of us, including Senator Angelica, is a part of it, and she just provided that guidance that we needed. Sometimes, we would butt heads, respectfully so, and she never hold malice. That's what I admired most about her. We will have a constructive conversation that sometimes would get heated, and within 5 minutes you wonder if something transpired. And I just want to, again, express my most sincere condolences to her family. I miss Senator Hurst. Sometimes you go through something, like this morning, she and I would be on the phone if she was here today, but know that the teachings that she would have instilled in many of us, we will carry it forward. But, Madam President, the matter at hand is the Fatal Accidents Bill 2026. And, Madam President, I lend my full support to this type of legislation. Madam President, too many times, just last week, we all saw that accident on Factory Road with a Vitz that was zooming, and our young athlete, thankfully, he wasn't seriously injured, but we have seen too many reckless, careless, unreasonable, irresponsible drivers, Madam President, on the streets of Antigua and Barbuda. Madam President, when you're late, and my grandmother used to tell me that, when you're late, you're already late. So it don't make sense you haste because you're still going to be late anyway, right? But, Madam President, this is a legislation that, you can never offer enough compensation or compassion for when you lose someone to an accident. I mean, in this legislation, I see there is a reward of up to $20,000. But think of a mother that probably have maybe about 5, 6 children. $20,000 in this day and age, Madam President, that is finished in the wink of an eye. If you have mortgage obligations, if you have car loans to pay, if you have school fee to pay, when you lose the life of someone that you love, no money, no time can ever replace that loss. But, Madam President, at least as a responsible government, we are putting this type of legislation in place with an intention that it would encourage Antiguans and Barbudans and those who are visiting as well to drive responsibly. Madam President, sometimes, especially on All Saints Road, Madam President, it's like a racetrack, and now the Ministry of Works, we are fixing that road nicely, Madam President. I just want to caution Antiguans and Barbudans because too many innocent lives are being lost. And I tell my friends and I tell my nieces and my family members, sometimes when you leave home, you're not driving for yourself, you're driving for those who are driving, not yourself. You have to be so, sometimes you pass them, you're going over a speed bump, they fly past you. And it's crazy, Madam President. So this type of legislation, Madam President, is putting laws in place to protect families of these victims, Madam President. Even construction workers. Sometimes you pass a truck on the morning, about 100 people in the back, Madam President, and the truck is going way beyond the speed limit. And sometimes I'm saying to myself, the people in the back of these trucks, they don't care and love themselves. Because how do you end up in the back of a truck with 100 individuals? Sometimes they don't even have the, some of them will put that plywood across to make like a bench so that you can sit on. And some of them on their phones, some of them drinking. Madam President, it is insane. I mean, even in terms of drivers who are driving intoxicated. My friends love going out with me because I am not a drinker, Madam President. If I smell it, it really throws me off. So my friends always enjoy when them and I go to parties because they know that Chanella will be the driver, right? And we're going to make it home safely, Madam President, by the grace of God. But also, to these intoxicated drivers, you know that you're going to an event, a fete, whatever it is, and because I don't understand, maybe it's me. Because when I drink, my chest also starts to hurt me, Madam President. I know when I've had enough of something, right? So I never could understand and comprehend when individuals go behind a steering wheel, highly intoxicated, and you're going to attempt to drive a vehicle, and then driving a vehicle with other people in there. I think that is irresponsible, Madam President, to the highest degree. But, Madam President, let's go through the clauses of this legislation. And even though it's a very small legislation, Madam President, sometimes it's not how thick or what is included in the legislation, but rather, Madam President, the impact that will be created from this legislation. And, Madam President, in the interpretation, I like that it has expanded the definition of who would benefit, Madam President. So it speaks about a child, which includes a son, daughter, grandson, granddaughter, stepson, and stepdaughter. The court, of course, means the High Court. Parent includes father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, stepfather, and stepmother, Madam President, because, our families now has so evolved in Antigua and Barbuda that families are being raised by grandfathers, by step-parents, and, when you lose someone to an accident like that, sometimes it's so difficult, especially if you're a grandmother. You know how it goes, Madam President. The wife or husband of the deceased, any person, Madam President, and this is what is important, because sometimes the deceased may be living with someone who is not necessarily a family member, but they may be living in a common law relationship, living together with this person for almost 20 years. Madam President, if you live with somebody over 3 years, they become a part of you, And so, because we're not biologically related, means that I cannot be compensated for your death. And like I would have mentioned, Madam President, there's no compensation. No $20,000 can bring back the life of someone that you've lost due to reckless and irresponsible drivers, Madam President. Madam President, it goes on to speak about the cost of bereavement, again, which the sum awarded as damages under this section shall not exceed $20,000. I will say it again, Madam President, it's $20,000. It's saying the legislation, at least it's a step in the right direction, because when I was watching the lower house, I recognized at first they were speaking about $5,000. $5,000, Madam President? That's somebody's mortgage, somebody's car payment, somebody's school fee, right? So I'm happy that during the committee stage and coming out that they would have increased it to $20,000, because there's no value for life, and they're not going to come back, Madam President. But, Madam President, this is a legislation, what we're doing as a responsible government, Madam President, and I'm hoping that this legislation will serve as a deterrent to all Antiguans and Barbudans to drive more carefully, Madam President, on the road, Because, you see, when someone dies from a fatal accident, Madam President, the greatest burden that is left is for those of you who are left behind, Can you imagine, and I remember clearly the accident that took place on Old Palm Road last year with my former JCI colleague. I remember just the morning, she put up a status And I was responding to her status, and this happened about 1 o'clock. And the afternoon, she was dead. You know, her cousin, because we live in the same village, called and said, you know, she just got into an accident in the blink of an eye, Madam President. Sometimes you leave home, you say, okay, bye, Mom, bye, whomever, I'll be back. You know, with the type of reckless people driving on the road, you don't even know. You have to continue to trust God and ask Him for guidance and protection when you turn on the engine of your vehicles, Madam President. You know, families face so much uncertainty, Madam President. Children lose their parents, parents lose their children, spouses lose their partners, Madam President. And in addition to that, Madam President, there's this emotional suffering that you never get over for life. You know, sometimes we all experience death of someone, sometimes through illnesses, and you know the person's sick, you know, Madam President, and you know that the time is coming when they're slowly going down to meet their maker, and you still feel it. So can you imagine someone who leave home, an ordinary individual, goes down the road, hop into their vehicle, and then this reckless, irresponsible driver takes the life of someone, Madam President? I cannot begin to understand the emotional uncertainty that the families of these victims face. So, Madam President, what this bill does, it recognizes the realities of these things, and it really sends a message to Antiguans and Barbudans that as a government, we're serious. We're serious about the lives of Antiguans and Barbudans. And too many times, Madam President, time after time, you know, Sir Sydney Walling Highway was another one. When you drive up that road, you see a cross somewhere, you see some mark or some identification that suggests that someone was a victim of an accident. And most times, Madam President, it's not any fault of theirs, Madam President. So, Madam President, I fully support this bill in its entirety, and I look forward to, in the future, when we strengthen this legislation. Because as time evolves, Madam President, people become increasingly reckless, increasingly inconsiderate. And in 5 years, this $20,000, Madam President, would probably have no value, right? As times change and our economies evolve, and you know, we're so reliant on external sources for survival, Madam President. $20,000 4 years from now would probably be a drop in the basket. Like, I mean, Madam President, the cost of a funeral, right? If you want to give a good send-off, you better have $20,000. Because I think the cheapest casket or coffin is perhaps around $8,000. So if you get that $20,000, that is already, then you have to pay for the hymn sheet. You know, you have to, you want to give your family a good send-off. So $20,000 again, Madam President, I am happy for this legislation. It is a step in the right direction, and I hope that it brings relief to some families, Madam President, because, you know, too often when someone dies from an accident, we think that's the end of it. Okay, they're dead, they're buried, life continues. But I'm happy that we're putting this legislation in place so that those who continuously, Madam President, allow individuals to be victims of these accidents are dealt with the fullest of the law. So with these few words, Madam President, I support this bill in its entirety, if it pleases you.
Well, 1 minute, Senator. Dynamics of this. Okay, Senator Rain.
Madam President, I beg to second the motion and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you, Senator Rain. Just so that for the purposes of the new members, ordinarily, well, according to the standing order, because this is not a money bill, the mover of the bill gets 60 minutes to present. Convention allows for the leader of the opposition bench to have equal time and go first after the member of the mover of the bill. And so they would have equal time to make the presentation. Thereafter, every senator gets 30 minutes only. You would have to plead your case to get additional time. I won't tell you about the bantering and how that affects. We'll let that unfold. But please remember, 30 minutes only, except for the two leaders. Okay? We're good? All right, Senator. Senator Parker?
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, let me take my generous 3 minutes to say this. It is true that this is my second time in this honorable House, but certainly I feel that I have not entered this space the same. When I first sat here on that side, at that end, I was very young. I was the youngest member of Parliament at that time, and one of the youngest in history. I'm glad to see that we have quickly erased that. I think I was about 30 or high 20s, okay? So I too would like to join the chorus of welcome and congratulations to our young members. I was young in age, but I was very seasoned. I had served in a number of regional positions as youth leader for a number of organizations, particularly in the trade union movement, and I had fought a lot of battles. The trade union movement is a good christening ground for leaders and for fighters. And so I came to this place with a certain outlook on life that was very short. I had not lived much. And about my worldview, which was shaped a particular way. A few years later, the Maleka who stands before you has certainly changed. But I wish to say this to our young people. I challenged a lot in that seat and in the spaces of the leaders who led me. I pushed hard. I was difficult. In this very House, I'm happy to say that as a government senator, we took bills apart. I led a number of committees or subcommittees of the House to review legislation that was sent from the lower house. That doesn't often happen in our politics and in our parliament, and I do not quite think it has happened again. And so let me say this. It is something that I wrote down sitting here about the rule of law and why we are here. Politics is sweet, and we can do that. I look forward to the banter and to the, the foreplay. That's fine. But we are called for something greater than that, and that is what we should answer. The rule of law is the shield of the weak. Every law, and particularly this order paper here this morning, I think what I'm about to say relates to it. So the rule of law is the shield of the weak. It is the restraint upon the powerful and the foundation upon which every enduring democracy is built. And so when we defend the rule of law, we are defending every citizen in this country. And so we are here because every law should strengthen justice, should protect liberty, and should expand opportunity for our citizens. I want to therefore thank the Leader of the Opposition for appointing me here. But I want to thank the people of Antigua and Barbuda for giving me the opportunity to serve them. This is a service role, completely. We are servants, and we must see every piece of legislation that comes before us through the eyes of service, representing every citizen in every corridor. We're here to do the balancing act. Thank you. Now, for the matter before us, as the leader of government business rightly said, the Fatal Accidents Bill is one worthy, certainly, of the consideration of this House. I wish to commend the government for its foresight in repealing the last fatal accident bill, because we had one, but it was very outdated. It was old. And so, just for the public, just let me read what this act is. It says, it is to revise the law relating to the bringing of actions with respect to fatal accidents caused by wrongful conduct and to provide for other related and connected purposes. I realized in the lower house that a lot of the discussion on this bill seemed to center around road accidents. I want to clarify that for the people of this country. This bill is about wrongful death, total. And so that would include, Madam President, yes, road accidents, but also medical negligence, workplace fatalities, which I have had to deal with, death at sea, which we are very familiar with in this country, unfortunately. Aviation disaster, we don't have a lot of those. But I'm just broadening the discussion and the feel of what we will do here today, and certainly wrongful death by criminal activity. All of it. It's not just about road fatalities. So we on this side are happy. We give full force to the objectives of this bill, some of which Leader Govaya there would have mentioned. But we wish to say that in modernizing this legislation, Madam President, I think we should do it more comprehensively than we have done. And so I'm going to beg for some time, because this bill is such a constructive bill. And what we're doing today in modernizing it is so important that we should not miss the opportunity to do it right. Now, from my research, I realized that much of the bill seemed to be based on the UK Fatal Accidents Act of 1976. And so I commend the government again for using that piece of legislation perhaps as a benchmark or, you know, as inspiration. But still, it omits several of the key reforms that England and Wales did develop over years. I want us to take the opportunity to do it. And so, as was stated, Clause 2 in the interpretation, we over here welcome, because yes, it does expand the definition of dependence. We have no argument in that. In our modern societies, our families' structure have changed, and we are happy that we have this piece of vital legislation that recognizes that. That is good reform. However, we want to ask the question as we go down in terms of the criteria. So that is Clause 2B. Okay? B2, where it speaks to any person who had been living with the deceased in the same household for at least 3 years before that date. And you know, this subsection was questioned in the lower house, and I thought with good rationale. And it was asked then, and I'm asking now, why 3 years? Why not 2? What is the 3 years based on? The UK legislation, for example, is at 2 years. If our government has some reason, rational explanation why we want it to be 3 years, I would be happy to hear it. In fact, because I like to, you know, I mean, why does it even have to be that rigid, Madam President? Familial ties and relationship don't necessarily go by years. You can live with people for 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. And you don't have that type of relationship. So putting a number on it, to me, is quite rigid. It's very inflexible. And you know, Madam President, that we have language in law to deal with that. And so already there's language that says living together in a relationship of permanence and mutual dependence. That is language that we can consider instead of a rigid 2 or 3 years. You could have a relationship with a person for many years and they've only cohabited with you in the last 6 months. What are we doing? And those relationships could be deeper than, you know, this rigid number. So if this Honorable House would have it, I would want us to reduce the 3 years, certainly, but we can also get rid of the number and use good language where a court of law could make that determination in terms of the nature of that relationship. I want to jump to clause 4, where I spent a little time because it kind of tripped me up, because I am finding some inconsistency between clause 2 and clause 4. I actually need clarity. Because clause 4 speaks specifically to bereavement, and this is the one that we're speaking a lot about. Antiguans need to know that the Act has other provisions for other damages, okay? But the bereavement is only one damage or one piece of money that you can claim for. However, Madam President, this is the clarification I need, because clause 2 expanded the dependents, but I found that clause 4 narrowed who could claim for bereavement. That is a contradiction that we should catch in this House, because clause 4 says, an action under this Act may consist of or include a claim for damages for bereavement. A claim for damages for bereavement shall be for the benefit of the wife or husband of the deceased. We just cured that, because in clause 2, it expanded it to, you know, common law, and so on. And then it goes on to be of the parents of the deceased, where the deceased was a minor or was not married. So parents can get. And with the wisdom of the Law House, they did amend this to include clause C, which says any children of the deceased. We also welcome that. But this is narrowing the very definition I just spoke to, or the very criteria I just referenced, in terms of people who qualify under this Act by virtue of living for 2, 3 years or whatever. So I think that that is a contradiction that we ought to cure, because when we go on to clause 7...
Senator Gavaya, you're writing on a point of order?
Thank you very much, Madam President. I think the good senator is speaking about the limitation of who a child is, but in the same clause 2 interpretation...
No, I don't think that's what she's speaking of who a child is. She's speaking of the
beneficiaries who would benefit from the bereavement, but she's saying that it's limited to wife, husband, or children. But in the interpretation in section 2, it explains specifically that the child also can include granddaughter, stepson,
no,
stepdaughter.
that is not what I'm gathering from Senator.
Okay.
That's not what I'm saying.
Senator
Parker.
Senator Parker. I'm gathering from Senator Parker that she's saying that we have extended the persons who are able to claim under the Act and the interpretation section of 2B. On the clause 2 of the bill, 1B, right, which encompasses or tries to address the issue of the common law relationship.
Right.
But it is excluded on the 4, We did not include it under 4. That's what I think that is the point that she's making. Not the child. She's accepted that the children are covered.
Right, and the
but
type-
the wife or husband, which is specifically defined in 2 interpretation clause, but then B is not
Does not
included
mention
in
the
4.
step. Okay.
That is the point, just for clarity. Senator Parker, I'll give you back your minute.
Yeah, that is the point, because, Madam Leader, it could also be a grandparent, okay, that lives with the person. And so clause 4 is restrictive and does not consider the very definition which was established in clause 2. Okay? So I think we should improve that. Then there is the issue of the sum, which the lower house in its wisdom did include to 20,000, and it made 20,000 the ceiling. I have no difficulty with that, although, again, I don't know how they came up with the 20,000 figure. All right? As a person who has dealt with, you know, a lot of personal injury claims and so on, Madam President, you will know how in the real world this money flits away very quickly. But I also accept that it is not the only monies that you're entitled to. But what I would say is, instead of fixing it, because you see how long it took us to come here to amend this fatal accident bill, I would like us to consider, instead of just leaving it at the 20,000, that we look to a way in moving it progressively. It can take 2 ways. Either we can put language that says we will index it to cost of living. So this is happening automatically in our court system, because there are more pressing things happening in society. I'm sorry to say that, but this is why this bill has taken so long to come here. So we have the opportunity, which is what I'm saying, to do all of these things now. We can index this 20,000 to cost of living, inflation, thank you, Senator Mwena, that's a better word. Or we can put language that allows for regulation, affirmative regulation, Madam President. We have all of these tools available to us. And so Cabinet, in its wisdom, based on information or whatever, we know it's every 5 years it may need to improve. We can do that by virtue of regulation, and it comes to Parliament for affirmative action. But I think we will miss an opportunity to just leave it at 20,000 and move on. And then in 30 years, we're having this discussion again, and all of the families in between there, you know, this 20,000 is worth, you know, 5,000 in 5 years. I have no issues with clause 5 or clause 6. I actually commend us for bringing this issue of a personal representative. However, I also don't agree that you need to wait a year. This is limiting the dependents to a year. You have to, if you have a personal representative, which means more than likely there's an estate or something, and if you are bereaved or you lost someone to a wrongful act, if that person who is your personal representative, which is defined in the act, does not act on your behalf, then you don't have anything. You have to sit on your hands for an entire year. I think we should lower that threshold, because as we know, or we should know, sometimes these things take time. And one thing does not necessarily connect to the other. This act gives persons, particularly where bereavement is concerned, the right to come forward in their own right, just by virtue of their familial ties with this person. And I don't think anything much is dependent on that. And so I would like us to consider reducing that 1 year to 6 months. to 6 months. Within 6 months, you should be able to move on your own behalf if your personal representative is not doing that. I want to commend us for Clause 7. I like Clause 7. Okay? Although, you know, the heads could be further expanded, but I won't nitpick that. Clause 8 speaks to contributory negligence, also very standard, no objection. But Clause 9, which speaks to limitation, Madam President, again, I'm asking us to back up a little bit. Because on the face of it, Clause 9 looks non-menacing. But I think it can get quite menacing. Because with good limitation law now these days, okay, first of all, it limits you to 3 years. You have to make your claim within 3 years. That is okay. That is standard. But with good limitation law, generally, they make exception for various headings of people, like children, who may not be able to claim within the 3 years, or who may not even have a personal representative. You have to go through another set of processes to allow that. Or sometimes, well, I know in the UK, for example, you have the right as a child to defer your claim until you're 18, till you get into adulthood. You can do that. And we should allow that. Then there is also people with mental incapacity. Good limitation law makes those exceptions, because that person, not mentally, you know, capable and having challenges or whatever, may not be able to act within the 3-year period. And there are others, okay, which I'm sure if our drafters agree with me or would wish us to look into that window, we could strengthen this. I also think as well that in terms of limitation, we should allow for the extension of the 3 years in appropriate cases. And that requires judicial discretion. And Madam President, you know that even with our Limitation Act, even for personal injury, the justice system has discretion, okay? Because there may be exceptional circumstances that you can come and plead before a judge to waive that limitation period or to allow your particular matter to go through. Do we want to strengthen this with that in mind? I believe we should. Okay? The other issue I wanted to highlight was, okay, fine, I have no issue, the reference to the CPR rules, which any court here would use anyway. But in Clause 11, I think I made a note. Between Clause 10 and Clause 11, Madam President, I just thought, I don't know if we would wish to include or consider or allow the flexibility for mediation. Not only is mediation, you know, a preferred route now in the court, but in these types of issues and situations, I have found, in my experience, that it is easier. It is easier on the parties, both the offender and the families or the dependents. So, Madam President, with those few proposals, I wish to again reiterate that we agree, applaud, and want to give the force of our support to the broad objectives of this bill. We welcome it. But we are also asking that we pump some brakes, do it better, because there's room for improvement, a lot of room, if it pleases you, Madam President.
Senator Caron.
Madam President, I rise to make my contribution to the debate of the Fatal Accidents Bill 2026. At the outset, permit me to express my sincere gratitude to His Excellency, the Governor General of Antigua and Barbuda, Sir Rodney Williams, for the trust that he has placed in me. I was only here appointed in November, and my reappointment was fast-tracked due to the dissolution of Parliament. And so I would still like to thank him once again for the trust that he has reposed in me as independent senator. And in this distinguished chamber, I do so with a sense of humility, responsibility, and a commitment to the public good. Madam President, before I proceed, I would also like to add my voice to the public expressions of condolences following the passing of both former independent Senator Sir Aziz Hadid and Senator Mary Claire Hurst, whom we laid to rest just a mere few weeks ago. Regarding Sir Aziz, on a personal note, when I first was appointed as independent senator, he installed himself unofficially as my mentor, him being a former independent senator, and it was a gesture that I sincerely appreciated. And one piece of advice that he shared with me, and I feel like I want to do an impersonation, he said, "Jamila, when you stand in the parliament, you speak for the people, because the voice of the people is the voice of God. You don't speak for party." And so he confirmed to me that my initial approach of bringing balance and fairness and integrity, I was on the right track. And so to Mahasan, Lady Hadid, and the rest of the Hadid family, and also to the family and friends of Senator Mary Claire, I say sincerest condolences, and may their souls rest in perpetual peace. I also would like to echo the sentiments of the senators who went before me to commend the, I call it a succession planning initiative, where our young people are sitting in this honorable house. And so we know that Antigua and Barbuda is in good hands. And of course, I'd also like to say that I am happy to be participating in contributing to increasing the numbers of female representation in public office. And so for that, I say kudos and very happy to be sitting here with all of you, or standing here with all of you in this honorable house. And it is incumbent upon us to do our best to serve our people, because that is what our lives are about now. It's to serve, service. Madam President, before turning to the bill before us, I would also wish to acknowledge a significant achievement in our democracy, and I extend congratulations to the government, the opposition, candidates, election officials, security personnel, and more importantly, the people of Antigua and Barbuda on the successful conduct of peaceful, violence-free elections. This is not something that we should take for granted, because we see what's happening around the world. We witness elections being marred by intimidation and unrest and violence, and so we're sending a clear message to our future, our children, that we settle our disputes at the ballot box and through debates and discourse rather than violence. And our ability to disagree politically, respecting each other's humanity for the most part, is a hallmark of mature democracy. And it's a powerful message, as I said before, to our future. May we never lose sight of the privilege we enjoy, nor the responsibility we all carry to protect and strengthen our democratic institutions. Madam President, I now turn to the Fatal Accidents Bill 2026. At its core, this legislation seeks to modernize our laws governing civil actions arising from fatal accidents caused by wrongful conduct. It repeals and replaces legislation that has remained substantially unchanged since 1924, more than 100 years ago. And of course, we would have heard Senators Gavaya and Parker expound on that fact. Society today is vastly different from the society when that legislation was originated. Families have evolved, our legal system has evolved, and the value of money has changed. And our understanding of fairness and justice has also evolved. And for these reasons, I welcome the bill and support its overall objectives. One of the most commendable aspects of this legislation is that it recognizes the consequences of a wrongful death and that it extends far beyond financial loss. When a loved one dies because of another person's negligence or wrongful act, families lose much more than an income. They lose companionship, they lose guidance, emotional support. They lose the opportunity to create memories. And while no act of parliament can ever compensate for that loss, and Senator Gavaya said that, and Senator Parker also expounded on that, our laws should at least acknowledge it with compassion and fairness. I also welcome the amendments made during the committee stage. Firstly, I welcome the amendment of Clause 4 under the heading Bereavement, which introduces a new paragraph, C, to expressly include, quote-unquote, any children of the deceased among those entitled to bereavement entitlements or bereavement restitution. And this is a significant and compassionate improvement that reflects that children often bear the deepest and longest lasting emotional and practical consequences of losing a parent. And their inclusion strengthens this legislation and reflects a more modern understanding of family relationships. Secondly, increasing the maximum bereavement award from $5,000 to $20,000 is reasonable and necessary. $5,000 may have reflected another era, but it certainly does not reflect today's realities. This increase, although modest, acknowledges that the value society places on supporting grieving families must evolve with time. I also support the removal of the provision requiring damages to be divided equally among beneficiaries. Every family is different, every circumstance is different, and allowing the court to determine an equitable distribution based on particular facts on a case-by-case basis provides greater flexibility and promotes fairer outcomes. Additionally, I welcome the provision ensuring that compensation awarded under this Act is not reduced simply because families may have received insurance proceeds, Social Security survivors' benefits, or other lawful entitlements. Families should not effectively be penalized because they were responsible enough to get insurance or because other support mechanisms exist. Madam President, while I support the bill, I wish to offer some observations for consideration. I welcome the increase, as I said before, in the maximum bereavement award from $5,000 to $20,000. It is undoubtedly a step in the right direction, notwithstanding some persons feel that it's not enough, but I'm cognizant that as a small island developing state, our financial resources are not unlimited, and that government must carefully balance competing priorities when introducing legislation of this nature. However, I recognize that inflation, and Senator Malika Parker would have also alluded to that inflation continues to affect every aspect of our economy, and $20,000 today, again, may not carry the same value 10 or 20 years from now. And I say this from recent personal experience. Only a few weeks ago, my family and I laid to rest my own mother. Her passing was not as a result of an accident, but it reminded me firsthand of the significant financial burdens that accompanies the loss of a loved one. Funeral expenses, along with many other unforeseen costs that families often face during periods of grief, can be considerable. I buried my dad in 2018, and burying Mom just recently, totally different figures. And that was only 2018. Perhaps, therefore, consideration can be given to periodically reviewing the Maximum Bereavement Award so that it continues to reflect economic realities and does not, over time, again become outdated. Such periodic reviews would allow this legislation to remain both fiscally responsible and responsive to the needs of grieving families. Madam President, another additional observation I wish to make. While this bill appropriately addresses the financial consequences of wrongful death, we must also acknowledge the emotional consequences. In my review of comparable legislation, I note that acts of this nature traditionally focus on fiscal compensation rather than psychosocial support. And while I appreciate that grief counseling falls outside the scope of this particular bill, I believe this debate presents an opportunity to recognize an important reality. The sudden loss of a loved one, particularly a parent, a spouse, or a child, can have profound psychological effects on those left behind. Children especially may struggle to process this trauma, and without appropriate grief support, the grief can affect them emotionally, education-wise, and their overall development in years to come. So, Madam President, we have witnessed heartbreaking tragedies in our own country where children have lost parents in a sudden and tragic, traumatic circumstance. And in some instances, children have even witnessed these firsthand. It does not take a psychologist to appreciate that experiences of that nature can have profound and lasting effects on a child's emotional well-being. Trauma can manifest itself in many different ways, and the journey through grief is often long and complex. Grief under normal circumstances is traumatic, much less. So I'm saying all that to say, if we wish to advance as a nation that takes mental health seriously, then we must also have the conversation, or continue the conversation, about accessible and affordable grief counseling and psychological support for families, particularly children, who are left to navigate unimaginable loss, especially where families are not able, they don't have the financial means to access these services on their own. I would also respectfully suggest that we do not overlook the psychological impact on those whose actions, whether through negligence or tragic error, have caused the loss of another person's life. Don't shoot the messenger, because I know most people are going to say, oh, why should we have any sort of empathy or sympathy towards somebody who would have caused a tragic death? While they must, of course, be held accountable under the law, many will also carry an emotional burden that can be profound and long-lasting, especially if it is an accident that was a freak accident and that person spirals out of control, because I know of a few people who that has happened to. Appropriate counseling and psychological support, where warranted, may also play an important role in rehabilitation and healing for them as well. I'm cognizant that this may not matter or not be a matter for this legislation, but it is certainly a matter worthy of public policy consideration, because justice is not only about finances, it is also about helping people to heal. My hope is that as we continue to strengthen our legal framework, we will also continue to strengthen the systems of care and support for those left behind, ensuring that families are not denied the opportunity to heal simply because they cannot afford it. Madam President, I also believe public education will be critical, and I'm putting on my media and communications hat. Good legislation is only truly effective if the people who stand to benefit from it know that it exists. Families, legal practitioners, law enforcement officers, insurers, wider public, the ordinary man, should all be made aware of these important changes so that persons understand their rights and responsibilities under the legal framework. And perhaps I say this again as a media and communication specialist because too often we assume that when something is passed as legislation, that the public automatically becomes aware of it. So we know that the reality is quite different. Unless there is deliberate, strategic, and sustained public education, many citizens remain unaware of the rights afforded to them under the law. So I therefore encourage that following the passage of this bill, consideration to be given to public awareness initiative or campaigns so that those who may one day need the protection of this legislation are informed and they're better able to access the justice that this Parliament intends. Finally, Madam President, justice delayed can often become justice diminished. Grieving families of a loved one are already carrying an immense emotional, psychological, and in many cases, financial burden. Prolonged legal proceedings, and Senator Parker would have also gone ahead of that, can unintentionally compound that suffering, leaving families in a state of uncertainty at a time when they're striving or should be striving to rebuild their lives. Every effort should therefore be made to ensure that claims brought under this legislation are handled efficiently and compassionately as possible, while preserving the fairness and integrity of the judicial process. Timely justice not only upholds confidence in our legal system, but it also allows families to begin moving forward with a greater sense of closure. And while the law, again, cannot erase the grief, it should never allow unnecessary delays to exacerbate an already challenging situation. So as legislators, we have a responsibility not only to enact laws that are just, but to foster a justice system that is responsive, accessible, and humane. And that, I believe, is the true spirit of this bill. So, Madam President, again, no legislation can restore a husband, a wife, a parent, or a child. No act of Parliament can erase grief. But what legislation can do is ensure that where a life has been wrongfully taken through another's negligence or wrongful conduct, those left behind are treated with fairness, dignity, and compassion. This bill modernizes a legal framework that has served this country for more than a century. It reflects a more contemporary understanding of family loss and justice, and it strengthens protections for those who suffer unimaginable tragedy and provides our courts with greater flexibility to reach equitable outcomes. So as legislators, our responsibility is not only to pass laws, but to ensure that those laws remain relevant, compassionate, and responsive to the changing needs of our society. So I believe that this bill does just that. And for those reasons, Madam President, I am pleased to lend my support to the Fatal Accidents Bill 2026, and I commend it to this honourable House. If it pleases you, Madam President, I now take my seat.
Senator Brown.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. Good morning to the House. Madam President, I rise to give my firm support to a bill that I think is necessary and quite timely. But I'd like to begin Okay, I want to start again. Okay. Good morning once again. I don't know, I can be assured, I was sure that I turned it on. I don't know what happened. But, Madam President, I rise to give my firm support to this bill, the Fatal Accidents Bill 2026. And I was saying before I go into it, I want to just prelude what I'm going to say with stating that I'm happy to be here once again. It's my third session around, if I'm correct, right? The third session around. And so, Madam President, it gives me a great feeling to be here once again. I'm happy that Prime Minister Brown has reposed his confidence in me and selecting me as one of the senators to be here and to serve, an opportunity to serve country, this beautiful paradise state of Antigua and Barbuda. Madam President, I also want to take this opportunity to welcome two youngsters whom I have been speaking to for a number of years. At every occasion that I got, I would have said positive things to them in terms of their career, because I saw from the very early stage that they were destined to become politicians. Now that I'm looking about making my exit, I feel incredibly happy to see both of them here today. And so I want to say welcome to my good friend. And Madam President, you might have a little bit of a problem saying Senator O'Neill. I know you make that mistake sometimes instead of Senator Brown. But you know, a lot of people believe he's my son, you know. I don't know why. But he's like a son to me, because over the years I've been speaking to him, getting him some coaching, giving him some coaching and so on. And any simple thing that he would want to, anything that gives him a problem and he wants to find out how it's done, what is to be done, Shaquan O'Neill, Senator Shaquan O'Neill, would have called me up. There are times that I'm in the studio on air, the radio station, and he'll send messages to me. As a matter of fact, there were times that he would send his own message or messages dealing with the issues, and from that in itself, I saw the foundation. And so I want to say welcome to this young man. I think you're going to be here for a pretty long time. As a matter of fact, I see a path clear for you to become one of the best. And we are going to be seeing that exemplified today. So I want to say to you congratulations and welcome. It's been long waiting, and so I think at the appropriate time and historically making your mark as the youngest to enter these hallowed halls. Madam President, I also want to say to my good friend on the other side, Jonathan Wenner, Senator Jonathan Wenner, another youngster who I've been speaking to for a number of years. As a matter of fact, he has grown into a man much taller than I am, because I'm a short man. But Senator Wenner, I've known him from about the age of 12, 13, even younger than that. Yeah, younger than that. Madam President, he attended the Baptist Academy, where my son, Kofi, he too attended. And I must say to you, Madam President, these students at Baptist Academy, they have a trademark of excellency, of excellence. As a matter of fact, I can say this openly, and I take this opportunity to say this. Your mother, I think, is one of the best mathematicians in this country. She has never had a failure during her career, any of her students. And that has been going on for how long now? Many years. 20-something years? 30-something? 30-something. And she has never had one single failure in mathematics. So I rested assured, that my son would have passed mathematics. And let me just say this as well. I want to say congratulations to my son, because he has made his mark on Friday, where he entered the medical community by getting his white coat. And he's still producing as if he's in secondary school. So I'm happy to say that. Congratulations to you, Senator Wenner, Senator O'Neill, and of course my son, Kofi O'Neill Brown. Madam President, this bill, like I said, it's timely and quite necessary. Oh, by the way, before I go into that, I want to say, I see my good friend, Ms. Zuta, here as well. Her sister and my son, they're very good friends, along with other, well, these are friends, they're friends of my son as well, Senators O'Neill and Senator Wenner. And I must say, Madam President, I see this as a breeding ground for the youth parliament is a breeding ground for these youngsters, these young people who are making their mark as time moves along. I also noticed something that is happening. I want to say to you, Ms. Zuta, and to your colleagues from the Youth Parliament, to all who are there, the young people, you all are doing some absolutely fantastic things in the Youth Parliament. Congratulations to you. Madam President, I also want to say to the young people, take charge, because you are the future of tomorrow. What we are seeing here today is what most countries, developing countries or developed countries, are aspiring to. What they're doing, they're making their mark by changing and transitioning to youth. And so I'm happy to see on the other side, because they've been promising for the longest while, you know, and I've been arguing on the radio and asking them for 25%, which is 1 out of the 4. Send him to Parliament, because I think he'll do a good job. Madam President, let me just say this. Ms. Tiffany Strand, again, another youngster. We welcome you to this honorable House. We're happy to have you here. In terms of gender parity, I believe sooner rather than later we're going to see an overtaking of the gender parity in terms of women leading, because I see it's been climbing. When I came first in 2018, I think we had just 2 or 3, if I'm correct. Senator Shaw, right? 2 or 3. We're seeing what now? 7? About 7. So the gender parity, and this is something that I've been pushing for a long time. As a matter of fact, Madam President asked me one time if I'll be throwing my support behind. I will, because I was supporting women coming to Parliament. I made a statement some time ago, and I was quite correct. I think Rwanda is the country that is most notable in terms of gender parity. I think they have a gender parity of about 67%, close to 70%, if I'm correct. I stand corrected. But, Madam President, to the intricacies of this bill, what we're doing with this bill, the Fatal Accidents Bill 2026, quite timely, quite necessary. As a matter of fact, we are looking at modernizing an archaic piece of legislation dating back to 1924, 102 years old. As a matter of fact, to be more specific, the 19th of March, I think I heard the Attorney General saying it's the 19th of March 1924. This bill is basically repealing the existing Fatal Accidents Act, and basically it's updating the legal precepts in order to align with modern, I don't even want to say universal, modern standards of justice. Therefore, it's basically ensuring that the law accommodates the needs of modern families in courts. I listened to my good leader of government business here, where she said the modern family, and now you have grandparents in charge of homes, stepfathers, stepmothers. So the modern family now has grown, and because of the needs for modern families, and of course, stepping up the ante, so to speak, in terms of fair justice. Madam President, clearly the bill introduces the right to anyone to claim damages for the bereaved, and let's suppose you have a breadwinner, the financial strain that would be caused when you have fatal accidents. And I must agree with Senator Parker. By the way, welcome. I should mention as well, I see some new faces and some faces that were here before. Senator Parker was here many years ago. She started on this side, as she said, and now she's on that side, sadly, but you're on that side. So Senator Parker, welcome. And I see Senator Jones as well. When I saw you this morning, I said, oh, he's back again. So I'm happy to see you one more time in here again. So congratulations to you, by the way. And Senator Azil, welcome to the Honorable House. Madam President, the bill is basically strengthening protection for dependents. And when you look at the emotional stress, and I quite agree, I quite agree with Senator Parker when she mentioned that it's not just for accidents, But because it's so prevalent, and I'm going to just give a brief statistic or some statistics pertaining to that in terms of accidents regarding or stemming from vehicular accidents. It is becoming very prevalent. We see what has been happening. All of us are aware. I'm sure that all of us in here, we drive. If not all, almost every single one of us in here drive. And as a matter of fact, we see some of the things that they do on the road. These drivers, today it's much different. We have more cars on the road. And so I think that it is drawn on that in terms specifically relating to driving. But it covers, and I agree, it covers a wider area. It encompasses what you mentioned, fatal accident through medical procedures, what have you, whatever you have. Madam President, it also steps up the ante to access justice and fair justice, not just justice, but fair justice. Clearly, this bill is introducing the right to claim damages, the emotional stress that it places when you have fatal accident that you place on the relatives of the deceased, the psychological trauma, the suffering of family members, all these come into play in terms of making the decision. Madam President, every single fatality, every single one, leaves a grieving spouse, a grieving child, a grieving mother, children, parents, dependents who have to face financial hardships, and that cannot be easy. Madam President, no country has basically eliminated fatal accidents. As a matter of fact, I did a little bit of research, and I can tell you this is what we are doing here today is, in terms of modernization, I've seen this happening, or it has happened in places like Jamaica, Barbados. They have a fatal accident act as well. Barbados, Jamaica, Canada, many of the Commonwealth countries, Australia. This is something. Jamaica has a fatal accident bill since 1976, where they have stepped it up to include a number of areas where benefits can be placed in terms of helping out the bereaved. And so, again, the bill is about justice. It's also about accountability, not only about compensation. And the AG argued that $5,000 was insufficient and must be increased to reflect the emotional loss that is being suffered, that the emotional loss suffered by the bereaved families. Now, Madam President, I noticed that $20,000 have been mentioned, and within, my thinking, my belief, I think it should have been more, because as those who spoke before me mentioned, by the time you finish even with the hymn sheet, money is already gone. So probably we could look at a later date at stepping it up rather than just $20,000. And I think most people will be in agreement with that. The UK has a fatal accident act. It's not Jamaica, since 1976. So this is something that is very standard throughout many Commonwealth countries. Trinidad and Tobago, Canada, Australia, Dominica, just down the road, they have this as well. Madam President, specifically with road accidents here in Antigua-Barbuda, I must say in 2021 we had 12 road fatalities. 2022, another 12. 2023, 10, and 2024, 8, a total of 45. So in the last 5 years, we have had 45 deaths. I don't think we have 45 people in here, including the gallery. Just look around. And to have something like this happening, at some point in time, we have to send a clear message. not to mention some of the things that we see happen on the road or happening on the roads. We have a wide network of roads, and by the way, I heard the AG speaking about, when he spoke about the roads that are being built, where we have invested millions. As a matter of fact, $110 million on the Sir George H. Walter Highway, over $40 million on the community roads, All Saints Road now we're fixing that. And to me, Madam President, the young people in particular, they're driving recklessly. And so the highlight has been placed on road accidents in terms of vehicular accidents, simply because it is becoming so prevalent these days. Madam President, when you look at what is happening at this point in time in terms of road accidents, I think that there should be deeper or more, it should be more prolific. We should see more education, educating our people about what is happening, because it's becoming so serious now. I've had some close misses. I've had some close encounters where I just had to stop in traffic and pull aside. And every time I get up to drive, Madam President, and even when my family members are moving out, getting in their vehicles, I always ask them to pray before you leave. Every single time you get in that vehicle, you don't know what is going to happen. And so, again, this bill is quite timely. Madam President, the legislation will allow dependents to at least get some response in terms of financial assistance where damages are concerned. Madam President, over the years, we have seen a proliferation of vehicles in Antigua and Barbuda, and the number, as the vehicles increase in numbers, we are seeing more and more people succumbing to these situations, these accidents. Madam President, if this continues, where would we be? At this point in time, this, I believe, where vehicular accidents are concerned, I want to believe this will be a sort of way stemming the tide, the flow of what is happening. I believe at some point in time that we're going to see a change, because people are now realizing once this has happened. And I believe as well, Madam President, that other areas should be looked at too. Maybe when they damage government property. Look at the airport fence. How many times have they gone through the airport fence? You know, I just drove up to the airport one time. I was going to AUA, taking something to my son. Fence looking nice, everything fine. And by the time I'm coming back down, a car almost on the ramp. Madam President, these things happen all the time. And so maybe looking at government property as well. The bus sheds, people just get up and damage them, you know. This is not relating to fatal accident, but the inconvenience that it's causing government and the costs involved as well. Anyway, Madam President, let's look at the bill itself. I want to go quickly too, because in the matter of brevity, as a matter of brevity, I just want to say, look at Clause 6, Section 2, persons entitled to bring action. An action under this Act shall be brought by and in the name of the personal representative of the deceased, where there is no personal representative, or B, that's A, or B, the personal representative has failed to bring an action within 1 year of the date of the death of the deceased. Again, 1 year, it could be consistent. It could be something that can be looked at as well. The action may be brought by all or any of the persons for whose benefit such action would have been if it had been brought by the personal representative. I also want to look at Clause 4 in terms of bereavement. 1, Section 1. An action under this Act may consist of or include a claim for damages for bereavement. 2, a claim for damages for bereavement shall be for the benefit of A, of the wife or husband of the deceased, B, of the parents of the deceased where the deceased was a minor or was never married, or C, any children of the deceased, and the sum is there, the sum of $20,000. Now, I listened to Senator Parker, and she mentioned that common law marriage should be included. Let me just say this, no common law marriage, that is not, I don't think that can apply, because no common law marriage is recognized as a legal marriage here in Antigua and Barbuda. As a matter of fact, common law unions, they're not recognized. There is no legal status in terms of disregard here in Antigua. Section, a claim of damages. Yeah. In clause 2. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. It doesn't stipulate that. I know you.
I beg your pardon. The last time I remember, I recognized Senator Brown.
No, it doesn't state that. It says, section 2, I'll just go over it again, a claim of damages for bereavement shall be for the benefit of A, the wife or husband of the deceased, B, of the parents of the deceased, where the deceased...
Senator Shaw, Senator Brown, what are you reading from? What section of the...
Clause 4.
I thought you said clause 2.
I said 2? No,
Yeah.
Section 2, clause 4, section 2.
Clause 4.2.
Yes.
The claim for damages shall... Okay.
Yes.
Right, thank you.
Right? It never said anything here about the common law union. All right? So I just wanted to put that straight. Now, Madam President, the bill itself, I know that a number of persons would believe that it covers only vehicular accidents. I mentioned it earlier. I just want to reinforce that because a number of people listened to the AG when he made his presentation, and they're of the belief that it has to do with just vehicular accidents where persons would have been, we are seeing fatalities from that. That is not the case. It's a broad area. As a matter of fact, it says here, an act to revise the law relating to the bringing of actions with respect to fatal accidents, and that's a broad one there, caused by wrongful conduct and to provide for other related and connected purposes. I do hope that we can see it strengthening over time to increase the cost, the $20,000. In my mind, I will be more comfortable with maybe a $35,000. I don't know what Senator Shaw or my colleagues here would think, but I would want to see it increase, and over time, at least incrementally. With those few words, Madam President, I'll take my seat. Thank you very much.
Senator Brown, could you turn off your microphone? I can see who's next.
Madam
Sorry,
President.
for the record, Senator St. Louis and then Senator Azil.
Wonderful. Thank you. First, I would like to follow in the footsteps of everyone who spoke before me. I first want to congratulate yourself, Madam President, on being reappointed to this position. Thank you. I would also like to congratulate our Vice President, Philip Shaw. Yes. And of course, naturally, our leader of government business. It shows that our Prime Minister and our Cabinet has great respect and confidence in her abilities. And to all my fellow senators in here, I congratulate each one of you, especially those of us who are newly appointed. So congratulations to you guys. I want to also follow in the steps of my good colleague over there, Jamila Kerwin. And I do want to pay my respects to those that we've lost. Senator Mary Claire Hurst, who was a great inspiration to many in this honorable House as well as outside, and on both sides too. Another person I'd want to recognize is a former senator, Sir Aziz Hadid. He was a close family friend to the St. Louis family. As a little girl, I have many memories from my childhood of him. I call him Uncle Aziz. He and my father were very, very close, and his loss was both a shock and a source of pain. So to his family and loved ones, I send out my condolences once again. Next thing I definitely must do is I must say thank you. I must say thank you to the leader of our nation, our Prime Minister, Honorable Gaston Brown, and his cabinet, for having faith in me and in all of us on this side. I also want to thank my family, my husband, my children, because without their support, I wouldn't be here today, and without their support and their strength, I wouldn't be standing at this mic today. And I also want to thank my dad. My dad has been a great source for me, a great source of inspiration. I inherited many things from Dad. One thing I definitely inherited from my father is a heart desirous of serving. And of course, we are at the heart of it all, a Christian country. So I must thank God, our Creator, for this opportunity, because if it wasn't in His wisdom, I wouldn't be here, standing here with you. And I hope that He anoints us all with wisdom, patience, and the ability to listen and understand, so that we serve this country most honorably. Madam President, I stand to add my support to this bill, the Fatal Accidents Bill. A lot of comments from both sides. I love this. This is a very robust conversation. And one of the things we should seek to do in this honorable House is to ensure not only that we understand the laws, but that those who are listening also understand, because the laws that are drafted, they're not here for just us standing in this room. They're here for the entire nation. They're here for the benefit of this nation. You know, good governance asks that a nation periodically examines its laws to ensure it's staying in sync with the evolution of its people. Unfortunately, this particular bill is seeking to replace an act from 1924. You know, we all know a lot can happen in a year, never mind 102 years. So it's very good that this bill is before us, and we're discussing it, and we're all taking it very seriously. One of the things that really stood out for me when I was reading this bill at home, you know, most of us, when we think of laws, we think of cold, sterile, technical pieces of legislation that's job is to either punish a wrongdoer or to create structure and governance for people, to create laws for us to abide by. And if we break them, there are penalties. This law is different. And the reason why I say this law is different, it has an element of compassion in it. It's not about punishing a wrongdoer. It's not that. It's actually doing something else. It's telling us that in the case where someone's irresponsible actions, wrongful actions result in someone's death, the story does not end there. It does not end at the grave. The pain, the injustice does not end there. That's not the end of the story. It's saying, the law is saying that we must recognize that the injustice continues, the damage continues, their families, their loved ones, their dependents, persons who this wrongful act, it continues to grieve them. Not only does it continue to grieve them, because the law does recognize pain and suffering, and that's in the bereavement section, which I'll touch on lightly, but it's also acknowledging that death can result in financial ruin. It can result in financial hardship, especially depending on who the individual is that passed. But you know what, even in the case of a child, and I love that this bill mentions funeral costs. It ensures that funeral costs are covered. Any of us who've had to deal with a funeral or knows of a family who had to bury a loved one, we know funerals in Antigua and Barbuda are very expensive. We all know of families that have had to struggle to scrape together funds to give their loved one a proper send-off. We know of persons who've had to reach out to representatives for that financial assistance. So I'm very pleased that the bill speaks to that. But another thing this bill does that was noteworthy, because as I said, it's replacing something from 1924. It truly is seeking to modernize this particular law. And one of the places where it does that is where it speaks about dependence. It seeks to expand and modernize the definition of dependence. It's properly and truly reflecting what a modern Antiguan and Barbudan household family looks like today. It's not husband, wife, baby. It could be a situation where adult son, his elderly parent or grandparents living with him, and he's taking care of a child. The law recognizes these are the dependents. These are the people who will suffer financially and emotionally if that person passes away. It also recognizes that, you don't have to wear a wedding ring. You don't have to stand in a church and give vows for your relationship to be of value, to be real. It speaks about, and it's in clause 2, interpretation, let me see now, 1, B2. Yes, have been living with the deceased in the same household for at least 3 years before that date, and 3, was living during the whole of that period as husband or wife of the deceased. But they didn't say you are the husband and wife. They say you were living as husband and wife. You were in a relationship. So I like that it modernized that. It also modernizes the definition of what is a child. It recognizes that our children are not necessarily always our biological children. These could be children that have come into our life through adoption. These could be children who came into our life because of the partner that we married, so they're stepchildren. But it recognizes all of these individuals as dependents. Another thing, and I noticed in the public domain when this bill first appeared in the lower house, during those debates, there were a lot of comments from the public about the bereavement section, where it says a maximum of $20,000. It talks about who's entitled to it. But what people got stuck on was that figure, that $20,000. And it needs to be made clear, Madam President, that at no point is the law trying to affix a price tag to human life. It understands human life is invaluable. A human life is, of course, naturally worth more than $20,000. There is no number we can come up with for a human life. And if you look carefully at the law, what the law, this particular bill is saying that there is accommodations or there's in other parts of our laws. It speaks about the assessments of damages. So there are other venues, other pathways to figuring out what are the loved ones entitled to. But this one, this bereavement one, this is just the law's way of recognizing that there is pain, there's emotional pain. The law cannot say to you, I know you're hurting, come put your head on my shoulder. I know you're hurting, let me give you a hug. The only way the law can respond to something like that, the acknowledgement of pain, is, well, I may have to award further funds to this family. And at bereavement, so first things first, that's not the only money. That's not the only award. Damages that will be assessed and, money will be awarded as a result of that. But what this bereavement does do, and I think it was one of the individuals who spoke before me, spoke about what happens, for example, when a wife loses her husband and she has children to feed. She has the bills, can't pay themselves. She still has to pay the bills. She still has to put food on the table. She still has to pay the rent while she figures out how to put her life back together. Another thing that was said today, and I'm glad it was pointed out, this is extremely important because it's something that was said in the lower house and it generated chatter in public domains. And I think it's because the reality is in Antigua, every day we look in the news and we see something with a car accident. So a lot of people, they see the word fatal accidents and they automatically assume it has to do with vehicle accidents. And the two sides have rightfully pointed out this goes way beyond that. This is not about car accidents. Actually, the spirit of this particular bill can be found in Clause 3, right of action for wrongful act causing death. A person who by his or her wrongful act, neglect, or default causes injury to another person who later dies shall be liable to an action for damages notwithstanding the death of the person injured. Where it says wrongful act, we're talking about assault. So if you get into a fight with someone, you let your emotions get control of you, and you strike somebody, you hit them, and they're injured, and that injury eventually leads to death. This talks about that situation. It says neglect. That's where you deliberately ignore safety risk. So if you are a landlord and you have a property and it's for residential or commercial use, and there's anything going on your site within your building that is creating an unsafe condition, it could be a railing on a stair or a loose piece of concrete at a beam that's failing, whatever it is, you see that and you don't address that, and at some point that causes injury to somebody at your site, and that injury results in death, this applies to that situation. And it speaks too of default. So now imagine, I love the examples given with construction sites and persons right on the back of trucks, and this one is very important because I've known of individuals who were injured on construction sites and they didn't know their rights. They didn't know what, well, thank God, none of them died. But the reality is, if you are a construction manager, there are certain safety protocols that you're supposed to, 1, put in act, 2, ensure everybody's trained on, and 3, make sure everybody's abiding by those rules. So if you are a contractor, you have a construction site or something like that, and somebody is injured at the site, and that injury eventually leads to death, well, guess what? This definitely applies to your situation as well. So, Madam President, again, I am very happy with the direction the conversations about this bill are going in. I was listening keenly to our colleague on the other side, Malika Parker, and I listened keenly to Colin O'Neill. And you both made some good points. As I said, it's about more than cars. A comment was made there about who is properly covered. You know, there's some tweaks, but this is the beauty about laws. Laws are a work in progress, right? As I said, they're constantly evolving to keep up with the people, keep up with what's going on in society. So I believe very firmly that we're going to probably see this law again before us. Who knows? Probably in the near future, maybe way further down the road. But as I said, laws are constantly evolving because we as a nation, we as a people are constantly evolving. But Madam President, I just want to say this bill, it is high time for it. We need this for multiple reasons. It is a compassionate bill. It takes into consideration that the families, the dependents left suffering due to a death, due to wrongful injury, or that they are being considered, that they are being comforted, that they are being hopefully saved from financial ruin, definitely helping to prevent financial burden to a certain extent. So this bill most certainly has my full support, and thus concludes my contribution to this part of the debate, if it so pleases you, Madam President.
Senator Azil.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to make my contribution to this bill that is before us today. But before I do so, I also wish to say thank you to my political leader and the leadership of my party for reposing such confidence in me to represent their interests and the interests of Antigua and Barbuda in this honorable House. Madam President, it is an appointment I hold very dearly, certainly a responsibility that I am keen on ensuring that I can fulfill. My colleague earlier in her submission reminded us that our activities here should not be for the furtherance of merely acceding to a bill that was debated and passed in the upper house, in the lower house, sorry, but for serving as that refiner of the process, serving as that second eye that would otherwise allow for strong debate certainly which is not being fueled by the obvious political capital that could be gained from standing on the floor. We have no gallery to speak to. We have no electorate to pander to. We certainly have a responsibility to be fair and unbiased in our deliberations. And so this is something that I certainly look forward to doing, Madam President. Madam President, most recently we had a very unfortunate unfolding of natural events in Venezuela. And I wish to use this occasion, Madam President, to express my profound sorrow to the government and people of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, so in the wake of the recent earthquake, which resulted in unprecedented damage, destruction, and death. I extend words of solidarity on my personal behalf and on behalf of the United Progressive Party, understanding, of course, that the recovery process will be long and difficult. Madam President, I also wish to extend congratulations to you on your reappointment as President of the Senate, and to all of the senators, those who've been reappointed, as well as the newly appointed senators. I want to state from the onset, Madam President, that I support the intent of this piece of legislation, especially as our fatal accident law has been quite dated and, as we've heard repeated over and over again, was in great need of modernization. I, however, wish to share a few concerns with the hope that we can provide some useful refinement for the bill that is now before us. Madam President, the first concern that I wish to raise, or perhaps I should not raise it as a concern, but merely identify it as an observation, and a positive one at that, and my colleagues and others would have spoken to the inclusion or the broadening of definition of those who qualify as noted here in the interpretations. That is clause 2, and looking at 1B2, which seems to widen the recognition of individuals. And in particular, I note that Senator Colin O'Neill would have made the point in refuting or rebuffing the suggestion by Senator Parker that there is some acknowledgement of common law relationships, common law spouses. And he correctly noted, yes, our laws at the moment do not make provision for common law marriages, but it is a reality in our society, Madam President, that persons continue to cohabitate for an inordinate period of time in many cases, some for the limited 1, 2, 3 years, and should the relationship be fruitful, it is often extended sometimes for decades. And I believe that all our laws must at some point come into step with our reality, because again, it speaks to the evolutionary nature of our society. And as Senator St. Luce noted, as our society continues to evolve, the legal frameworks which exist must take into consideration our current realities and be reflective of those current realities. And so, Madam whereas it is not expressly stated in B2 that it speaks to common law, it certainly does not exclude those who cohabit for a period of 3 or so years, 3 or more years. And so we would expect, Madam President, that in the entitlement for bereavement or the qualification for bereavement, that it would have also been expressly stated there that those who cohabit would also qualify as bereaved persons. Because on the one hand, you are suggesting to me that I am wholly recognized as an individual who can make a claim for damages by virtue of the fact that we have been cohabitating for 3+ years. But on the other hand, you're suggesting to me that should my common law partner pass away as a result of some tragic accident, that I'm not bereaved, I don't qualify to be considered as a bereaved person. So I think that there is some inconsistency in the construct of those provisions, Madam President. And so I wish to note again, for the benefit of the good Senator O'Neill, that while it is not expressly stated, it is certainly implied in B2, and so therefore it should also be reflected in 4.2. Madam President, we've also spoken quite a bit about the award of $20,000 for the loss of a loved one. And we acknowledge broadly that there is no real financial compensation for the tremendous loss that loved ones experience on the occasion of the death of a spouse or mother, grandmother, a breadwinner generally. And it is for that reason, Madam President, that I certainly wished that the lower house would have given consideration to permitting the minister, by order, to review periodically the award for bereavement, rather than us waiting for another 20, 30, 40 years to amend this particular piece of legislation. I would have certainly been satisfied with the lower house granting the minister that particular power to review. Because again, Madam President, we must acknowledge that money, the value of money changes over time. And in recent years, we have seen the value of money being eroded quite significantly, quite dramatically, in fact. And so my colleague's suggestion that perhaps indexing it to the cost of living, inflation, particularly the rate of inflation, would have been perhaps a just and ideal method for ensuring that we can have a review process that results in perhaps the necessary adjustments to make accommodation for the decline in purchasing power of individuals. It is interesting, Madam President, that most of the discourse, as have been highlighted here today, have surrounded the occasion of death by vehicular accidents. But you know, as one who had his grounding in trade unionism, I would wish to suggest here that this bill provides an excellent opportunity for public education, particularly as it relates to workplace injuries occasioning death. Madam President, as I walk the length and breadth and certainly drive where I can across Antigua and Barbuda, I have made so many observations of very relaxed workplace safety arrangements. And I often argue that perhaps as trade unions, we ought to be doing more to advocate for occupational health and safety legislation and policies that would serve to protect not only the workers, but also protect the interests of employers. We do not need to look very far, Madam President, because it was only in a few months ago, well, perhaps more than a few months ago, we had an occasion at the port, an incident at the Port of Authority, where you had a private contractor providing services, cleaning services, and sadly it resulted in the electrocution of one of the operators. Now, it immediately caused me to wonder, where did fault truly lie? And I know that there has been some settlement with families and so forth. But one of the things that it underscored here for me, Madam President, and the bill speaks to it, it speaks to reducing or taking into consideration the negligence of the person who suffered against that of the person who might have caused the death. And so whether an individual might have actively participated in their demise, that is certainly taken into consideration here. But for employers, it simply means that there must be greater attention in this case to the environment in which your workers are operating. And for workers themselves to be mindful of the fact that to make a dollar, to survive, should not require you to make extraordinary sacrifices at the risk of your own peril. And so therefore, Madam President, it does require that broadening of public education to provide greater protections for all of our operators, be they employers or employees. Madam President, we cannot but address the issue as well of road usage and the irresponsible use of our roadways that we have witnessed over the years. Senator O'Neill referenced the number of fatal accidents on our roadways over the last several years. 45, I believe you highlighted. And that is 45 too many. In a small country such as Antigua and Barbuda, I mean, where are we rushing to? Where are we rushing to? And I suspect this bill will not serve as a deterrent for those who often utilize our roadways in an irresponsible manner, but it should spur some conversations in the public space. It should stir conversations among those who operate vehicle rental services. Perhaps a redefining of their clauses so that, greater penalties can be, applied and so forth. It should spur greater conversations within our family circles to ensure that when our children are entering their vehicles for the first time, or, they're new drivers, that we try to reinforce the value of respectable road usage, respecting other drivers. Madam President, we can all point to one or more incidents where we were forced to either, like Senator O'Neill, pull aside on the road and say a prayer of thank you, or otherwise shout some unsavory words at other road users who clearly did not care for your particular safety. So again, it is important that as we discuss this particular piece of legislation, that we broaden the process of public education. It is one thing to have the legislation in place, but it is also an entirely different thing to ensure that the entire public understand the intent of the legislation. All right? So the intent of the legislation is not just to give $20,000 to those who are bereaved. It is designed to encourage a greater sense of safety, a greater sense of consideration for others, whether it be on the roadway, whether it be in the workplaces, or for whatever context that we find ourselves in. Madam President, it is also noted here that while the years have been reduced for the filing of a claim for bereavement, and I could certainly see the value in reducing the number of years, particularly from the viewpoint of the individual who, against whom the claim is being made, not having this thing hanging over your head for such an inordinate period of time. But I would want to consider, Madam President, that the argument made by my colleague, Senator Parker, has some value, in that there are some institutional inefficiencies that may often lead to a significant reduction in the time that is allocated to an individual to claim bereavement. So, for example, Madam President, we have seen situations where a coroner's inquest might go on for several months, in fact, might eclipse a year. That leaves the individual with a mere 2 years for launching that claim. So I would see that, Madam President, I would wish, Madam President, that we more consideration would have been given to those particular nuanced issues and would have led to the retention of the 4-year timeline. I also note, Madam President, in Clause 6, persons entitled to bring action, where it speaks to where there is no personal in Clause 6(2), B in particular, the personal representative has failed to bring an action within 1 year of the date of the deceased. Again, this particular length of time, 1 year, also places the claim in jeopardy, especially because where you have no representative, it simply means that the bereaved must wait for at least a year before they can make a claim in their own right. And so, Madam President, I would have certainly loved to see us speaking here about a 6-month period as opposed to a 1 year period. I also noticed, as it relates to the amount for bereavement, awarded for bereavement, up to $20,000, that whereas the old Act recognized or provided an apportionment element in that it recognizes if there are 2 claimants, for example, that it is split 50-50. In the new Act, the new bill here has proposed, it is left up to the discretion of the magistrate. And I think that is actually a very progressive move, given the complexities of the modern family and those who may otherwise consider themselves to be rightly placed to make a claim for bereavement. So, Madam President, I particularly want to commend the government for this piece of legislation. As we delved a little deeper into the legislation as proposed, Madam President, there are some small flags which I identified, and perhaps we may want to give consideration to whether they impact on the legislation any. That is in Clause 1(2). It says that the Act commences by ministerial notice. However, the explanatory memorandum says order. It speaks to an order as opposed to a notice. Based on my understanding, and I'm not a legal person, but I certainly think that those are 2 different provisions. And so I think that may be something that we would want to clean up before we push this piece of legislation any further. Memorandum notes, Madam President, on Clause 9, claims that only 1 action can be brought in respect of the same subject matter. But that particular text is not present in the substance of the Act. Okay, fair enough. I'll repeat. Right, so no problem, Madam President. So as I was noting that the memorandum notes on Clause 9 claims that only 1 action can be brought in respect of the same subject matter. But no such rule appears anywhere in the actual text of that clause. So it would have been useful, I think, to have it written in the actual clause. Madam President, I am particularly happy that we have sought to protect the benefits that bereaved persons or grieving families would enjoy as a result of financial claim against insurances, so any insurance payouts and Social Security death or survivor's benefit, that from the damages, that will not be affected. I also am very happy that this law attempts to bind the Crown, because I believe, based on my own experience and observation, the Crown is often the most flagrant violator of many of these things. Madam
Senator, I'm not going to allow you that.
Madam President.
No. I'm not going to, I don't see anybody stand up there, but I can't allow you to make that general broad-based statement. So I need you to retract that unless you have the evidence to show me.
Okay, Madam President, I'll retract it and restate my point.
Thank you.
Here. Madam President, in my years of acting as a trade union representative, we have seen repeatedly where ministries of government continue to operate seemingly with very little regard for the health and safety of the workers. Madam President, we have seen repeatedly where government workplaces have either gone to shorten work hours, which really I really don't see the wisdom in that, because clearly if there is a threat to health, it does not erase the threat if you work half hour, 8 hours, 4 hours, it doesn't erase it. Rather than fixing it, we often point to a reduced work day. But Madam President, we have seen repeatedly where the workplace environment presents tremendous hazard to workers. And the records are there to demonstrate this sort of, I call it callous disregard for people's health. So it is an active contributor to the demise of a vehicle operator. It goes for nothing. So it certainly does raise the opportunity for our legal experts to examine government's responsibility in situations like that. But Madam President, generally, I am very much in support of this piece of legislation and would certainly wish that this body, where necessary, would consider the amendments that we have highlighted, especially in the areas of inconsistency and where it may be materially deficient, to perhaps take it to committee and make such recommendations. So if it pleases you, Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Senator Wenner.
Good morning, Madam President.
It's actually afternoon, and I'm glad that you made mention of that, because I think we could wrap up this bill and then go to lunch and come back.
I am the best person right now to speak because I plan to be very brief. Oh, yes. I just want to say that thank you for acknowledging me, and I rise to make my contribution to this debate on the Fatal Accidents Bill of 2026. But before I get into the substance of what I will say regarding the Fatal Accidents Bill, I just want to use the opportunity that you would have afforded to us to give some brief remarks, seeing that this is my first contribution to any debate or discussion in this honorable House. I want to start off by saying thank you to the political leader of the United Progressive Party, also leader of the opposition here in Antigua and Barbuda, the Honorable Jamal Pringle, for appointing me to this position of service. As Senator Parker would have mentioned, we have a very serious responsibility and duty to carry out here for the people of Antigua and Barbuda. It is not for us, especially in the upper house, to focus on scoring cheap political points or partisan politics. Of course there will be bantering. I would be disappointed if there wasn't bantering, Madam President. It brings some life and energy to the debate. But we have a very serious duty to fulfill and to execute, and I am happy thus far with the level of contribution in terms of we are sticking to the issues, we are debating based upon what is in the benefit, would be beneficial for the people of Antigua and Barbuda. Having said that, I also want to say thank you to the Almighty God, my Creator, you know. I am a professing Christian, Madam President. I wouldn't be here if I didn't have His grace and mercy, even to be alive, much less to be in my right mind, to have health and strength, and all these other things. So I'm very grateful to God. I was brought up a Christian. I have chosen to practice and believe in its values through my own volition and will, and I am thankful to be saved by grace. Better than nobody else, Madam President. Shakwan and everybody else will tell you so, but we're all here by grace. Also, Madam President, I want to take the opportunity to thank my church family as well, who would have played a very big part in shaping who I am today. That's the ECBM Circuit of Churches. And additionally, I want to say thank you to my UPP family. Now, this is very near and dear to me as well, too, in addition to the other things, that the United Progressive Party I've been a member of that institution for 3 years now, joined 3 years ago. In that short space of 3 years, they would have seen it fit to elect me as the president of the youth arm, elect me as an executive member of the central executive, and told me to act, give me the charge to act as the public relations officer. And now the political leader of opposition, sees it fit for me to serve in the Senate. 3 years. Now that's a lot in 3 years. I'm grateful, and they haven't let me to go alone, to walk the path alone. I've been constantly guided, even by the senators here with me today, on my side, and even the other side, as Senator O'Neill would have said, has been a source of encouragement. He has as well, too. And yourself, too, Madam President, even in my days in Youth Parliament, I can never forget. So I'm very grateful for all the guidance. And I'm not going to go any more into any singling out anybody else, but I have to say this one. A lot of times, she gets a lot of stick. But Madam Chair, Sister Giselle Isaac has been almost like a political mother for me. I don't care who vex or who edge up and, behave a type of way because I say that. I am grateful for the support, the guidance, the counsel, the encouragement that woman has given to me without need for asking anything in return from me, She's just invested into me, and I'm very grateful, as have so many other members in the party, but I have to single her out. Very importantly, too, Madam President, I have to say thank you to my family, specifically my parents as well, too, and my extended family and my sibling, for being there to sacrifice for me, to make sure, as parents do, that their children have what they need to not just to survive, but to thrive in their life, and to make sure that they're successful in what they choose to make their way in life in. And in conclusion, Madam Speaker, with the long list of thanks and gratitude, I just want to say thank you to the members of the National Youth Parliament Association who I see in the gallery. I'm very grateful that they came out today to support the two members who are in the gallery, Senator Shaquan O'Neill and myself. We're very grateful for the time, the effort, the resources, the training. As new to Mrs. Small, you're an honorary member, that you have poured into us as young people, and we have to always remember, if you get annoyed of me saying it, well, too bad, the human resource, specifically youth, that's the greatest resource that any nation can possess. Don't care how much oil, rare materials you have, the human resource. Once we invest in the human resource of our nations, the nation will develop, will grow, and we will produce better as a society. Thank you. But yes, Madam President, with those few words, thank you to all my friends, well-wishers and supporters. But let me move on to get into the substance of this debate. And as I said before, I'm happy with the level of contribution that has been given thus far by all members on both sides. But I hope that the Leader of Government Business, Senator Gavayo, would have been listening to Senator Parker and Senator Azil, especially with this section I'm about to point out. And we shouldn't be afraid, in this House, that if there's something that needs to be amended, we amend it. It's not a situation where we're trying to shame anybody, we're doing this in the national interest. So when we make proposals for amendments, it's not, they're on the other side, they have no voice in here. We can listen to each other constructively, which we're trying to do, cordially, to robust and intellectual debate, and, boost up and boost the bills that come before this House, all legislation. Now, Senator Parker would have first raised the issue with Clause 2, that is Section 1B2. Now, that broadens, as you would have all been expressed our gratitude, and we are very much favor that it would have broadened the beneficiaries of bereavement damages, saying that it reads as follows. Let me tell you. Dependent means any person who had been living with the deceased in the same household for at least 3 years before that date. Now, what Senator Parker had raised is that broadens the beneficiaries. However, when we go over to Clause 4 of the bill, Madam President, entitled Bereavement, we go over to, where is it? I just had it marked. Clause 4.2, right. Clause 4.2, a claim for damages for bereavement shall be for the benefit of A, the wife or husband of the deceased, B, the parents of the deceased, where the deceased was a minor or was never married, or C, any children of the deceased. Now, Senator Parker, in her contribution, would have mentioned individuals in common law marriages, if you will, even though not legally recognized in Antigua and Barbuda, but and grandparents, she mentioned that as well too, would have been excluded for being able to claim bereavement damages due to Clause 4 all right, even though dependent was held in Clause 2, was expanded to include such individuals. However, not only common law and possibly grandparents, I want us to think about this. We live in a society in the Caribbean where we say a village raises a child. There are many, Madam President, instances where adults take in children who are one, neither their blood relatives, or they're not their adopted children, but they have taken it upon themselves to bring them into their homes where they reside with such members of their village or members of society, adults, and they basically are their protectors, their guardians, not legally, you know, but they just took it upon themselves to take care for such children. I'll give you one example, Madam President. God rest his soul, the Honorable Hilson Burby Baptist would have taken care of many children throughout the South in his time. And I'm sure we all know individuals who would have taken in minors into their homes, even though they're not adopted or blood relatives. They would have been taken over the responsibility of ensuring they can survive those minors and thrive in society. Now, Clause 4, bereavement, excludes such minors, such children who are neither adopted, who are not blood relatives, from being afforded any bereavement damages. Now, is that something that we want to pass here in this House and exclude such individuals? I know Senator Tiffany Strong-Peters, she's from the South. I would have mentioned someone from the South before. She's very much aware of the kind of hospitality and care that individuals, not just from the South, but from country too, because I'm a countryman. I'm from the East, she's from the South, but we're country people. We have care for other people, Senator Shawley as well too. So we should not be looking to exclude, Madam President, such minors from being able to from being awarded bereavement damages on the death of that individual, that adult would have been taking care of them. They would have been emotionally and financially dependent on that individual. And because we have not kept Clause 4 in keeping with Clause 2, we're excluding these children. And just for further explanation, Madam President, sometimes these children, their parents have died, they're orphans, or their family just has not taken it upon themselves to take care of these children, so they have no one else to go. So I hope, leader of government business, we are compassionate in this House. We see the needs that we have reflected in our society, and we show some consistency from the same legislation that the government would have been bringing to this House. All we're asking for is for Clause 4 to reflect what is provided for in Clause 2. And what I'm saying now, the example I just gave, Senator Parker gave common law and grandparents, I'm giving children who are neither blood relatives or adopted children of adults, but who have been taken into the care of adults, that these children, as reflected in Clause 2, all it says, the person, the dependent, had been living with deceased in the same household for at least 3 years. You have excluded those children in Clause 4, our leader of government business, and I hope we can be reasonable, be consistent, be compassionate, and include it in the committee stage, and not be afraid, if needs be, once you amend it in the committee stage, to send the bill back to the House just to include that provision. The public will understand, the public will appreciate that. Okay, Madam President, I hope that point was duly made and that we can all agree on that and move forward. The last thing I want to say, because I don't need to touch on everything, members from both sides would have been very, what should I say? Thorough in their contributions. The sum, the monetary sum that was mentioned in terms of the cap for the bereavement damages, $20,000. I echo the sentiments of Senator Parker, Senator Azil, I think even Senator Kirwan, and I think the leader of government business herself too said that $20,000 is something that we will have to probably constantly be amending. Senator O'Neill and Senator Brown. We have to be constantly amending. So what we're saying here, let us now make the amendment here, that you don't have to come to amend the bill. I think Senator Parker even said bring it as a regulation, where the minister can, through regulation, increase the cap from $20,000, or even additionally to the regulation now, peg the $20,000 to the rising inflation, right? So as inflation rises, the value increases as well too. So it is not something that individuals are suffering with in 5 years' time. Because the bill has not been brought back to the House for amendment, they are struggling to get what they need. Senator, incrementally, exactly, that's something we can do. Senator Brown would have mentioned the cost of hymn sheets. I mean, Senator Gavayo, you would have mentioned the coffin, the coffin that you bury people in is on what? $8,000, I think was the number you mentioned. That's a lot of money. And I mean, if you want a proper fancy coffin for your loved one, you're going to pay more than that. So I'm just saying, let us incrementally add in the provision now to incrementally increase, so it's built in within the legislation. And additionally, if needs be, as Senator Parker would have recommended, that a regulation can be brought to the House by the relevant minister to increase it instead of a whole amendment to the law over and over and over again. I hope these are things we can all agree with. Leader of Government Business in your wrap-up. And I said I'd be short. And I am hungry as well to Madam President. So with that being said, if it pleases you, Madam President.
Okay, thank you, Senator Werner. Could you turn off your microphone for me? And then I acknowledge Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam President. Is it on? Yeah. Thank you, Madam President. Let me say first, good afternoon to this honorable House. Good afternoon to those individuals who may be watching us through the live broadcast, and certainly to those within the chamber here this afternoon. Madam President, it would be remiss of me not to first thank God for giving me good health and strength, and also knowledge in walk with me through this journey, this new journey, Madam President, that I face. Certainly, that journey of being a youth leader is something that I've been accustomed to, being a part of a number of organizations and also serving in a number of bodies. But I particularly, Madam President, would like to just show some gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, that is, the Honorable Gaston Brown, for placing his trust in me, Madam President, and recognizing the importance of youth being a part of a democracy, Madam President. You know, many times you hear that youth are the bloodline of a progressive society. And the reality is, Madam President, that as we continue to move forward in this renaissance, we need youth, Madam President, and on both sides. It's a phrase, Madam President, that is universal. To ensure, Madam President, Antigua and Barbuda stays sustainable, we need youth. And I love, Madam President, the inclusion of youth, Madam President, which leads me to my another point. I must give great commendations, Madam President, this afternoon to the National Youth Parliament, because that was a training ground for me. Ever since the inception in 2019, Madam President, we have seen 3 persons being placed within the Senate. And that, to me, Madam President, is just remarkable. We have not only taught the talk, and we have had our debates, but we have walked the walk, being youth advocates. And I'd, Madam President, encourage any young person, if they're interested in being a part of an organization that surrounds itself around understanding the whole works of democracy. Join the National Youth Parliament. If you're interested in being a youth leader, join the National Youth Parliament. Madam President, I'd also, wrapping up my 3 minutes here, just would like to congratulate you on being re-elected as President of the Senate, to you, Leader of Government Business, as well, for your elevation once again, to Vice President, Senator Shaw, and to all the newly minted senators along with myself. One of the things that I enjoyed during the election campaign and the process was working along with Senator Joel Rain and also MP Michael Freeland. And they would have been a tremendous help to me, as well as being a mentor to me as well, and basically teaching me the importance of serving persons. And one thing I'd like to highlight here, Madam President, on the campaign trail that I enjoyed, was that they reminded me that no matter your political affiliation, ensure that you're knocking every door, find out their concerns. And that is something that I've taken along with my journey for a very long time.
Disturb you, but I'm having a challenge hearing you. And I know you have the beautiful advantage of height. Perhaps you can lean in a little, bring it forward a little bit more. Yes, thank you.
Okay, Madam President, can you hear me now? Okay. So, Madam President, as I turn my attentions now to this bill, Madam President, I first would like to give commendations to the Minister of Security, the Honorable Stedward Cutie Benjamin, and his team of drafters for bringing forward this bill, Madam President, because when you look at this bill, the Fatal Accidents Bill 2026, it really speaks about modernizing the social framework of Antigua and Barbuda in respect to this. And many times, Madam President, when you think about the whole issue of politics, it's sometimes what people see or appreciate, water, infrastructure. But a part that is normally ignored, Madam President, is the infrastructure that is not seen, that social framework, that infrastructure, Madam President. So I'm particularly pleased, Madam President, with this bill, bringing forward this bill, Madam President, but particularly Clause 4 that speaks to bereavement. And the reason why I'm saying this, Madam President, we all know someone, see someone, feel someone, Madam President, who would have lost someone through fatal accidents. We know it, we feel it, we see it on social media, our friends, our families, Madam President. So Clause 4 is basically providing a sort of compensation that goes towards the grieving families, Madam President. And one thing that I had written on my notes as well that all of the senators would have spoken about is that there's also a psychological effect that goes towards the bereavement process. And Madam President, that to me is one of the most important part of this bill, that the psychological aspect, Madam President, cannot be overlooked. And while I speak about the bereavement, Madam President, I want to share a short story with you. I would have shared some pictures with you of an individual who had some stitches to his head. And I remember on one Sunday evening, I was actually heading to get something to eat, and I got a call from one of my colleagues. And he was just in total shock and fear, because at the time he didn't have any credit on his phone. So he called me on WhatsApp, and through that he asked me if I could call the emergency services, because he would have witnessed someone being knocked down by a particular vehicle. And that happened, Madam President, gracing the roads going to college, to Jennings. So I took it upon myself, Madam President, to not only call the emergency services, but to also race to the scene. And what I saw, Madam President, at that scene, I can tell you much. He wasn't a family member of me, but I felt it, almost as though I wanted to cry, because I could not believe, Madam President, that someone could be so wicked to not only hit someone, but to also drive away. And Madam President, you know, the discussions around this bill speaks to individuals being injured and dying later. And, you know, when you think about situations like these, it speaks to the relevance of this bill. So it's an aspect that's overlooked, Madam President, that not only can someone die through the negligence of themselves, but also someone can die through the negligence of someone else. And what I want to do quickly here, Madam President, is to share some statistics from the Royal Police Force of Antigua and Barbuda Traffic Department Statistics Unit. And I'm doing this, Madam President, because I know the members on the other side would have stated that this goes way deeper than just road collisions and fatalities. But we cannot simply overlook, Madam President, that this is the leading cause of fatal accidents, road issues surrounding that whole aspect, Madam President. So I just want to state here from 2023. In 2023, Madam President, the total road collisions were 2,448, with the number of fatalities being 10. Persons injured, 337. Listen to this important part, Madam President, because I'm getting to it. Total males, 206. In 2024, total traffic collisions, 2,610. Fatalities, 5. Total persons injured, 417. Total males, 239. 2025. Total traffic collisions, 2,749. Fatalities, 9. Total males, 137. With the total persons injured, 237. Madam President, you see the trend, Madam President, as I read the statistics. We're losing our men. We're losing our men, Madam President. And we simply need to make that intervention, Madam President, whether it's just encouraging or male drivers. Take your time on the road. We need you. You're responsible in building stronger families, Madam President. And something, Madam President, that would have been spoken throughout the day is that most times when you lose individuals in road fatalities or any fatal accident, they are normally the main core financial guidance of that family, Madam President. So, Madam President, we have to simply look to curtail this issue. Reckless driving, we see it every day.
This is all wrong.
Ignoring traffic signs, Madam President, that is something that I would have witnessed time and time again. We're simply not observing the speed limits, especially in community areas, built-up areas. It's like sometimes, Madam President, the drivers go haywire. And one of the graven aspects, Madam President, of this whole discussion here today is that it is the insurance agencies, Madam President, that are increasing their premiums on us. The regular drivers, the innocent drivers who are taking their time observing the traffic sign, they're the ones who are feeling it. So I understand the opposition's point, where they're coming from, but we have to simply ensure that we keep road discussions at the center of it. Because more accidents happen, Madam President, all of us over here, premiums would increase. I would have dived into some statistics, Madam President. I would have circulated the video with you in Barbados. In 2024, insurance agency would have paid out $86.6 million in debt and to injured persons for car payments. And when you have a business, Madam President, of such that is paying out so much money, you can only imagine that they can increase the premiums on everyone's vehicles. So you can have a situation, Madam President, where individuals who buy small vehicles, vets, who are observing road safety, they're the ones that are going to feel it. The premium goes up. And also a negative effect, Madam President, of this is that simply no longer would they want to accept smaller vehicles as a result that they think that they're the ones that are basically causing this grievances, Madam President. But, Madam President, I'm wrapping up because I know we're a bit hungry. But I think we have to seriously normalize the usage of dash cams. I think we have to seriously acknowledge the usage of dash cams in our vehicles, Madam President, because not only does it help the police officers to curtail the investigation, right, Madam President, but it also provides the public and also the police officers to see what is happening on the road. And many times you scroll on Facebook, Madam President, you see in videos being posted with a vis taking over 3 cars on Airport Road, on Alcians Road, on Factory Road. And I'm saying to Madam President that once you have dash cams in your vehicles, you're basically helping the police to crack down on individuals speeding on the road. Because then, Madam President, you can then use that same video footage, capture the license plate number, and as evidence, have them charged or maybe have the individual's license suspended. And these are the repeated persons, Madam President, that are finding themselves in a situation that not only are they harming themselves, but harming others on the road. So, Madam President, that is something that I'd love to see being normalized in Antigua and Barbuda. And also the fact that we have to drive greater education towards our youth, understanding the importance of traffic safety, road safety, Madam President. And the last thing that I want to state here is that I fully support the bereavement section of this bill, but also there must be greater emphasis on support groups for the victims of families. Because even individuals, persons who may not lose a victim, you'd always hear a phrase coming up, or even my grandmother would tell me this, that no amount of money makes you happy. So it doesn't matter the total compensation that a family gets, $1 million, $2 million, $10 million, you can't bring back someone to life. So the psychological effect, Madam President, of this bill cannot be overlooked. And that is something, Madam President, that I'd certainly love to see being adopted. And even amongst ourselves, Madam President, ensuring that if we know someone that would have lost a victim, provide that sort of support one-on-one. It doesn't have to be from the government perspective, but ensuring that there's stronger support amongst families, build a stronger community, to help them to aid in that, Madam President. So, with that being said, Madam President, thank you. And if it pleases you.
Senator Gavari, you can wrap up, it seems. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Strand, please go ahead. The microphones are... Oh.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and good afternoon to the Honourable House and members in the gallery. First of all, I would like to thank God for the gift of life and for the opportunity that He would have given me, to the Honourable Gaston Brown and the Cabinet of Antigua and Barbuda, including my representative, the Honourable Dwayne George, for the confidence that they would have placed in me to fulfill this task in order to aid in nation building. I am eternally grateful to my family, my husband, my children, my extended family, to my Labour Party family, especially the women of Labour. I am eternally grateful for your support for persons like the Honourable Senator, the leader of government business, you yourself, Madam President, as the President of the Senate. You know, we are eternally grateful for your support. And while I am on the support and the support of women, one such person that always stood out and provided that necessary support, that shoulder to lean on, and that guidance was Senator the Honourable Mary Claire Hurst. God rest her soul. We will miss her dearly, but we'll continue to take the lessons and the knowledge that she would have shared with us forward. And with that, I intend to be very brief as I lend my support to this timely bill, the Fatal Accidents Bill 2026. Now, you know, I'm a country girl, and so, you know, I have to speak to my people and how they would understand. So we have to not only speak so that those who are of a higher learning, but those that who are able to speak either colloquially or who are more relatable in terms of more simpler language that they could understand. And one of the things that I have found is that in order to communicate well, something that persons really connect to, Madam President, is that of emotions. And when you're able to emotionally connect with people, they're able to understand. And as Senator Kirwan would have mentioned and Senator Azil about the need for education in terms of this bill, as well as Senator Parker, in order to have that campaign, I think that's something that would be very useful in terms of the broad scope of this bill and how persons see it. So I bring another statistic here to this Honourable House this afternoon. LaShawna Bridgen, 2022. She was struck down while crossing the road. 2 children left motherless. Do you know how long it took for her to receive justice? Can you guess? 4 years. 4 years. It was just recently concluded this month that the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court ruled in her favor that the driver was liable. 4 years, it took for her to return to her final resting place, her homeland where she was birthed, Jamaica. Just recently, Okeem Lightfoot, National Solid Waste worker, just the other day he was obeying the Lord's command that by the sweat of the brow he shall eat bread, and he was struck down, never to return home to his family. And you know, as they say, you know, nobody knows how to party like Antiguans. And as Machel Montano crooned in his song, and it's so popular, party. We know we deserve a party. We work so hard, and we do deserve that party. But once we are partying, we should also learn to party responsibly. I always admired the Old Road crew when there was one, you know, the popular LOL Cooler Fete. And they understood that they were not leaving until the sun came up, and they understood their responsibility as Antiguans and Barbudans and as responsible adults, that when they were going to party, that they would not be in the right frame of mind to access the roadway, to cause danger to themselves and to the lives of other individuals. And so do you know what they did religiously? Every year, the whole crew, they hired a bus. The bus took them to LOL, and when the sun came up, it was waiting for them to return home. And everyone got home safely. And I think that's where we need to move as a nation, where we are responsible and we think about the other person. Because yes, it's nice to drink, it's nice to party, but then when you endanger the lives of others, causing children to lose their parents, parents to lose their children, even yourself being selfish, you cause someone to lose you, because sometimes you yourself are the one who become a victim of your own ignorance in getting behind that steering wheel. And so we know, and as it would have been mentioned throughout this honorable House this morning, there is really no compensation for the loss of life. $20,000 is a start, and we hope that with time, you know, that we will be able to increase that, but we are happy that in the broad scope of things, that at least there is some sort of restitution for persons who would have been thrust into this unfortunate event, you know, so untimely. You know, it's easier to accept, you know, someone was sick, and so they would have to exit the scene of life. But when just in the blink of an eye, due to negligence, whether it be medically or the road fatalities that we are seeing so prevalent now, we know that the government has the interests of the people at heart. As you see, the bill seeks to bind the crown, and we know that we are a caring government. We love our people dearly, and so I would like to take this opportunity to admonish Antigua and Barbuda that we not only drink responsibly, we drive responsibly, and whatever we're doing, whether you're medical practitioners, that you would be responsible in carrying out your duties, that you ensure that if you are not 100% at your capability today, that you would ask to sit it out rather than injuring or causing harm and resulting in some untimely death of persons. I know I've heard cases where you would have completed an operation and at the end the person is still feeling sick. You know, this is supposed to make me feel better. I know personally a young man in Jennings where a gauze was still inside of him. And it's when he passed that out, they realized, okay, this was the cause that he was still experiencing those pains. So I'm calling on all of Antiguans and Barbudans, all of the residents of our nation, that we do adhere to the fair laws of this land and that we continue to raise the standard, not only for ourselves, but for the generations to come. And with that, Madam President, if it pleases you, I end.
Senator Rain.
Madam President, I promise you that I'll be extremely brief. Madam President, what a time to be alive in this beautiful Twin Island state of Antigua and Barbuda, and for that I must give thanks to God Almighty. Also, Madam President, in this beautiful Twin Island state of Antigua and Barbuda at this present time, we are seeing opportunities overflowing, development and progress taking place all around us. And of course, I must say thank you to the leadership of the Right Honourable Gaston Brown and the Renaissance Movement. Madam President, before I go on, let me also say thank you. My profound gratitude to the Right Honourable Prime Minister and his cabinet for putting their trust and confidence in me to appoint me to the Senate and to do the work of the people of Antigua and Barbuda. Of course, Madam President, he would have appointed me to the Senate, and within a week, he would have sent me to the Parliamentary Secretary within his Ministry of Finance, Corporate Governance, Private Sector Partnership. I would also like to say thank you, Madam President, to my family, my wife and daughters, of course, in this line of duty, it takes a lot of personal sacrifice. A lot of times, our families are the ones who have to bear these sacrifices. So I must say thank you for them for having the patience in me so far. And there are a number of other individuals who have assisted me along the way and paved the way for me for being where I am today. I know a lot of the senators would have spoken about the youth within the Parliament, but Madam President, I can tell you, notwithstanding my age, I feel very youthful as well. Oh, yes, thank you. Madam President, the Fatal Accident Bill 2026, not a very controversial bill. The senators on both sides basically agree to it and support it wholeheartedly, and so do I. Independent Senator, of course, she touched on the issue of education, and also Senator O'Neill, he also brings awareness in terms of education. But there's one area that I would like to look at briefly, Madam President, and that is the area of prevention. I know the Fatal Accidents Bill covers not only vehicular accident, but given the fact that that's the one that accounts for most of the deaths so far, I think it is very important that we look at prevention along with education. And that I'm saying, in terms of the police, when you look at the level of development that we're seeing now in our road infrastructure, which is unprecedented in the history of Antigua and Barbuda, and the amount of vehicles that we have coming into this country based on the opportunity that individuals are given to own vehicles because of the duty-free policy of our Prime Minister, we can see why in some instances that we're seeing an increase in these road fatalities. But I would like to call on the police to be more present on these highways. We know the roads, the factory roads, the All Saints roads, the airport roads, or the Sir Sidney Walling highways. Police presence is a deterrent. And although that we are based a lot on the fact that their compensation in terms of monetary compensation, we know that of course that it does not equate to the loss of a loved one. Before we get to that, I think it's important, Madam Speaker, that we look at prevention. And like I said, one of the areas for prevention is to have more police presence on our roads. I know in the Law House, I think I heard they spoke to the fact that there will be addition of speed guns, which also I think is very important. Senator O'Neill also spoke to the fact of having dashboard cams. I think perhaps down the road we can always come back to the Honourable House and look at that. But also, when you look at how technology is evolving, there's another aspect that we can also look at in terms of cameras, speed cameras on our roads that, irrespective of who is driving the vehicle, you speed on the roads, the cameras pick you up, and the owners, they will get a bill in their mail. So it doesn't matter who's driving the vehicle, as long as you're being reckless on the road, with these cameras, you will get a bill in the mail. And I think this sort of mechanism will more help in terms of prevention and also educate our road users to be more courteous on the road. Madam Speaker, I commute on the All Saints Road daily, and I can tell you, it's scary to drive on. In the fact that there are individuals that are actually overtaking on your side, and you literally have to pull off the road. And I'm talking about morning, noon, and night, daily. So I normally look for the shortest distance to travel on that road. It's very, very scary. We really and truly have to do something about the situation. Madam President, I can even recall back in my school days attending the greatest education institution on Ireland, the St. Joseph's Academy, and that back in the late 80s, we had a situation where from that school, we had, I think it was 4 fatalities. I don't know if you can recall that at Dark Farm. I don't know who all in this are old enough to remember that situation. and up to today, I still have nightmares sometimes of that because some of were my classmates as well. And that particular event, I was supposed to attend that particular event, but for some reason, I don't know if the will of God, that prevented me from going. Not saying that I would have been in that said vehicle, but sometimes you just never know. And when I think of that, and I see what this bill is, geared towards, I'm very grateful for the government for seeing the wisdom and the vision in putting this bill to the Parliament. A bill that was first, 104 years ago, 102 years ago, long time ago. I think it's timely. Madam Speaker, like I said, I'm going to be very, very, very brief because I know time is running. All of us in here, I guess, is very hungry. So like I said, I just want to emphasize the fact of prevention mechanisms so we do not have to get to the point of families mourning the loss of a loved one. With that, Madam Speaker, say thank you.
Senator Rain, I see you very quickly to join your colleagues in the Law House. I'm still the president, so you've been saying Madam Speaker for your whole presentation. You're speaking it into existence?
Yes.
Okay, grateful for that. Senator Beazle.
Madam President, if it pleases you, I have found the words of Luke to be true. To whom much is given, much is expected. I rise today to first thank Almighty God, whose grace, favor, and sustaining hand has allowed me to stand here before you in this honorable chamber to represent the island constituency of Barbuda. I would also like to extend sincerest gratitude to the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Gaston Brown, for placing such trust in me and for reposing such confidence in my ability to represent the people of Barbuda to the best of my ability. I do not take this responsibility lightly. Rather, I accept it with humility, diligence, and a steadfast commitment to represent the people of Barbuda with integrity, diligence, and purpose. Madam President, I must acknowledge that I was once a member of the Barbuda People's Movement. However, I decided to leave because I could not, in good conscience, support the principles of secession, nor could I support an agenda that I find to be contrary to the progress and long-term development of Barbuda. My decision was not guided by convenience, rather by conviction. I remain committed to unity, progress, and to policies that advance the best interests of all people of Antigua and Barbuda. At this time, I would like to pay tribute to those who would have gone before me: Mr. Reuben James, Mr. Arthur Nibbs, Ms. Nacinta Ned Charles. Each made a meaningful contribution to public life, and each helped to shape the political and civic foundation upon which I now stand. I am mindful that I now occupy a space that has been occupied by distinction before, and I pledge to make a contribution that is worthy of that same legacy. I also wish to extend special thanks to my own father, Mr. Alvin Tyrone Beazer, whose strength, guidance, and example have helped shape the man that I am today. I stand proudly on his shoulders, and I am forever grateful for the help that he has given me over the years to be here today. Madam President, You see, I feel at home on this side of the aisle. While I may have strayed, as some would say, at some point, in what I believe to have been the interests of Barbuda, I stand before you today with clarity of purpose and renewed conviction. I am grateful to be home, and I am ready to serve from a place of truth, loyalty, and purpose. My journey to this moment have been long, winding, and above all, fruitful. You see, I left Barbuda at the age of 17 to attend the Antigua State College. After that, I pursued a Bachelor's of Science at the University of the West Indies, Cayville campus in Management International Business. Upon completion, I returned home to work in the Antigua Commercial Bank as a customer service representative. I then answered the call to public service through my service on the Barbuda Council, where I chaired the Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries Committee, and I also chaired the Energy and Utilities Committee. I then left Barbuda on a Fulbright scholarship to pursue a Master's of Arts in Environmental Policy. Upon completing my studies in the US, I ventured to the UK, where I read for a degree in Sustainable Urban Development at the University of Oxford, becoming the first person from Barbuda to gain acceptance into that institution. During that period, I worked as a full-time worker as a young person mentor for at-risk students, at-risk young persons, placed under the authority of the local government in Leicester. I then returned home to work for the United Nations Office for Project Services as a consultant attached to the Department of Environment here in Antigua. After that, I joined the faculty at the University of the West Indies Five Islands campus as an adjunct lecturer in the Department of Business and Management. I do not say these things to boast, but to remind persons that persons tend to see our glory, but not look at the story that has led to the moment. Madam President, for many years, we have heard one voice dominate the discussion on lands in Barbuda. But knowledge brings clarity, and clarity brings responsibility. I therefore crave your indulgence to speak briefly on an issue that did not only cost my own bid for public office, but
Senator, sorry, I've indulged you quite a bit so far, and I know you're new, and that's why I'm allowing you. But insofar as any comments that you're going to make after your statements about, you can take your seat. When I'm speaking, you take your seat, yes. Any comments about any issues relative to the development of Barbuda, unless it affects the bill before us, you will have to defer that for another time. So you should be speaking on the bill right now, okay, because your 3 minutes has passed. So any comments from now on should pertain to the fatal accidents bill. Your comments about the Barbuda issue will come when there is a bill before us that is germane to that issue. Are you following? Okay. I don't want to cut. I don't remember you tell me that may hold you back from whatever. We have the procedures and we must adhere to them. Okay? Thank you.
Thanks for your guidance, Madam President. Madam President, sorry. I would now like to make my contribution to the Fatal Accidents Bill. Most persons would have already touched on the key points and the essential premise upon which this bill is being amended. I would also like to say that this bill modernizes the law to ensure that families who suffer tragic loss of a loved one due to wrongful conduct It is an essential bill. I am in full support of it. It establishes a clear rite of passage. It provides for bereavement damages, and it protects dependents and families. As it pertains to the amount that is being awarded, I think that it is correct to put a threshold in place to provide relief to persons that are in need of support to put their loved ones away in a proper and respectful manner. So it is a compassionate bill. I fully support it. I have no other issues with it and no other contributions to make with it. Madam President, thank you for your indulgence.
Senator Jones.
Madam President, I rise to make my contribution to this bill, the Fatal Accident Bill of 2026. Before I get into that, Madam President, I want to say congratulations to you for being appointed to the Senate once again and to be the President of the Senate, and also to all senators who have been appointed by their different appointers. Senator Govaya, my good friend, Leader of Government Business, we congratulate you once again. My friend, Senator Shaw, Vice President, and to Senator Malika Parker, congratulations, and the other members of the UPP team. Madam President, I just want to state clearly where it has been said throughout this debate and to bring the clarity to the two conflicting pieces of the bill. That is in Clause 2, B, 1 and 2, and Clause 4. Right? Now, in Clause 2, Madam President, it clearly states that there is no, we don't want to say what is not in the bill about common law. It says here in the bill, Madam President, that under this Clause 2, 1b, any person who was living with the deceased in the same household immediately before the date of the death. Any person who have been living with the deceased in the same household for at least 3 years before the date of death. And any person who was living during the whole of that period at that household, or husband or wife of the deceased. So these persons who are identified here in the interpretation were not captured in the bereavement section in Section 4. So what we're saying is that we need to make certain that it is captured, because I don't think when they put the interpretation there, it was just for, a loose thing, but to be a part of the bill. So that is my only thing, Madam President, I want to bring clear to this honorable House, if it pleases you, Madam President.
Senator Govaya.
Very much, Madam President. It has been quite a long morning. I encourage my senators to gird their loins. It's looked like we'll be here for the rest of the evening. With 5 bills, 4 more to go, Madam President. But, it's very important. It's a piece of legislation that requires all of our attention, Madam President. And I think my colleagues on this side, and as well as the opposition, would have explained this important piece of legislation at length, and so as to not regurgitate the information, Madam President. But I just want to respond specifically to some of the comments and concerns that were raised specifically by my colleagues on the other side. And I noted that Senator Parker spoke about 3 years. You know, sometimes, Madam President, you have to set benchmarks, you know, because I can be in a relationship with you today, and tomorrow something happens. You know, I can't expect to walk in and get all of the benefits that is derived. You know, you have to, there's some, I understand that love is love and situations happen, but I feel as if, you know, if we're in a certain type of relationship, at least, you know, you start to feel a certain type of connection when you kind of pass the 1 year, 2 year mark. But maybe it's me take a little longer to love, Madam President. Madam President, I think what we fail to really expound on, Madam President, is the interpretation in Clause 2, Madam President. And it is very detailed, I know in the interest of time, but I just want to remind, and especially for those who are viewing, that it clearly explains and defines who the beneficiaries are. From a child, it doesn't mean that it's someone biological. It could be a stepson, a stepdaughter, even a granddaughter or grandson. So it does not limit a child to someone biologically, Madam President, which is very important. It also includes what a parent is considered. Generally, you think a parent is just a mother and a father. But within the definition of parents within Clause 2, Madam President, it includes a father, a mother, a grandmother, a grandfather, a stepfather, and a stepmother, Madam President. Madam President, then it goes on to describe what dependent means, Madam President. And all of us have been mentioning A and B about the wife or husband of the deceased, and B, who is any person living with the deceased in the same household immediately before the date of death. But no, we're not recognizing C, any parent of the deceased, D, any person who was treated by the deceased as his or her parent, and, Madam President, E, any child or other descendant of the deceased, Madam President. Madam President, Clause 7, the assessment of damages. Madam President, under Clause 7, Section 1, in any action under this Act, the court may award such damages to the beneficiaries of the deceased as it thinks appropriate, Madam President, for financial or other loss resulting from such death to all parties for those who benefit the action was brought, Madam President. So this bill is self-explanatory, Madam President. Madam President, I said that Senator Azil when I was walking in, you know, and I'm sorry that I didn't have the opportunity to rise on a point of order, but I had to go back to try to suggest that the conditions of the roads in Antigua and Barbuda are the cause of accident. Madam President, absolutely ridiculous and unacceptable. We must not come into this house and mislead the people. You're going good all morning until you got to that point, Madam President. First of all, if you drop in a pothole, you get a flat, or maybe you mash up your shack, or you come to a stop, right? So for you to suggest, and that's what you suggested. Actually, that's what you said. You didn't suggest it. You said it, right? We ought to stop. And when all of you started with your pontifications of coming into this honorable house and the type of deliberations that we should express in this house, that is one such thing that we should not express, Madam President. And it's no wonder some of us would have sought political office and remain in opposition, Madam President.
Madam President,
but I want to say, Madam President.
What is your point of order, Senator Zeal? Hold on. I don't know if the okay. You do not take kindly, or you're objecting to the mislead that you tend to mislead. You did make the statement, though. I made a statement, and I'm not going to. Yeah, and so the interpretation of that statement is what is being addressed here. That if you make the statement, then you're making the statement to say that that is the cause of the accident. In fact, I went like, and it came after the other statement that you made that I asked you to retract. So I don't know if it's you're taking kindly to her interpretation, or you're taking you don't take it kindly that she's bringing it up. I don't know, because the statement was made. Go ahead.
So yes, I made a statement. I stand by the statement. But to suggest, Madam President, as the leader of government business is so doing, that it was an attempt to mislead the public. Madam President, it is a matter of fact, as a road user, that the operational conditions is also a contributory factor, and not necessarily only the operator of the vehicle. And so I don't think I'm saying anything that is serious.
Sir, okay, Senator Zeal, thank you. But here's what you said. And as I said to Senator, somebody down there, that when I'm speaking, you take your seat, right? If you make the statement that the roads are the major contributor to the fatal accidents, what other interpretation do you get from that? Can anyone get from that? I don't know that that is needed to be interpreted. It's a statement that you made that you want us to accept as the fact. And I've asked before, and you don't need to respond. I'm ruling no. Okay, stop, Masha. It's not working here. It's fine. When I take off mine, it will come off. But the statement is what you made. If you made the statement, then I don't know how else we're going to interpret it otherwise than what the statement says. The major contributor, the roads are a major contributor to the fatal accidents. What else? That is what was said. A major, the major, okay, a major, it's a factor in the fatal accidents dynamics. That's what you're saying. And that is what she's reporting. I don't know if, I don't know how else to explain it. You made the statement, she's rebutting it. Go ahead, Senator Guevara.
So, Madam President, is your ruling that that is not a point of order, Madam President, before I continue?
I'm ruling that it is not one that I will sustain and uphold.
And you see, when we come into this honorable house, Madam President, we ought to be mindful of the things that we say. What was said, it's done, Madam President. And I know that I heard correctly, as you did, based on your ruling, that the good senator said, not suggested, and not based on my interpretation, but it is what he uttered from his mouth, Madam President, right? With absolutely no evidence to support his claim that the conditions of the roads as a result of accidents, Madam President. Madam President, I know, I mean, and let's be fair, Madam President, since we want to talk about roads. We have seen our roads revolutionized in this country, Madam President. I am not saying we're not exactly where we want to go, but our roads are much better, Madam President. Sydney-Walling Highway, the road that takes you all the way around to the south, Madam President. All Saints Road, we see the work happening in it. I have been, an individual who dropped in a pothole, Madam President. I get a flat from time to time. It is not the condition of the roads that are causing these accidents. It's the recklessness of the road users, Madam President, that are causing these accidents. And for you to suggest, come into this honorable house and to suggest that it is as a result of the condition of the roads, but you see, to whom much is given, Madam President, much is expected. And so I do not expect any better, Madam President. Madam President, we ought to remind ourselves what this fatal accident bill of 2026 is truly about. Madam President, a bill that is 100 years old, older than all of us in here. You know what I mean? And what we as a government we're doing is seeking to modernize our legislation and to ensure that, we continue to stay abreast with what is happening as time evolves, Madam President. And Madam President, I know the concern about we should ensure that this bill is comprehensive, and this is why we're here. You know, this is why we appointed to this honorable house. So as we see a situation arises, we come back to this house and we amend and adjust accordingly. Right, Madam President? So, I mean, there's not ever going to be one perfect bill that covers anything because time evolved. This is 104 years old ago, and here we are. You know, you never know, something may happen differently at the end of the year that may have to bring us back to this honorable house. That's what we're paid to do. So we come back and make the legislation as we see fit. Because, you know, Madam President, what is interesting, and I note from my colleagues on the opposition side, is that you want to give the minister power to change when it suits you, you know. And I quite like the fact that we need to come back to this honorable house to make, you know, these amendments to these legislation, because it will be the same opposition who will say that you give the minister power to do what they want to do, Madam President. You know they're famous for that, you know. It's just now, when it's convenient and it suits them, they decide to apply the powers of the minister as they see fit, Madam President. But, Madam President, this was not a contentious bill at all, as was mentioned by all of our colleagues on both my side and as well as the opposition. It's really a bill to modernize our current law, Madam President, and this bill is really about families, and that is what I like about this bill, Madam President. Families whose life have been shattered by the wrongful loss of a loved one, Madam President. And you see, as legislators and as a government, Madam President, we must find an effective pathway to justice, Madam President. And what I like as well is that it really qualifies who are the dependents. Because sometimes you wonder, you know, sometimes when people pass, Madam President, oh my, all the court cases, who's supposed to get what, and this, that creates so much confusion, Madam President. But, Madam President, in closing, you know, no act of parliament, Madam President, and no money would ever be able, Madam President, to bring back the life of someone who you loved dearly, that you lost to a road fatality, Madam President. And as was mentioned, this bill is not only just about road fatality, but, you know, being injured on the job as well, Madam President. And there's so many other situations. But I am happy with this piece of legislation, and Madam President, even though it's 104 years later, Madam President, I am happy to be in this honorable house at a time like this where we could put legislation in place, Madam President, to protect Antiguans and Barbudans, to deter the reckless, irresponsible road users, Madam President, and to ensure that you bring, I won't say, some level of relief to the families who are victims of these road fatalities and other fatalities, whether on the work and other areas, Madam President. So, Madam President, with these closing remarks, I commend this bill to this honorable house and lend my full support, if it pleases you.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled the Fatal Accidents Bill 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time. Madam Clerk. Yes, it was seconded to reserve the right to speak. Yeah. Right, Madam Clerk.
An act to revise the law relating to the bringing of actions with respect to fatal accidents caused by wrongful conduct and to provide for other related and connected purposes.
The bill now stands referred to Committee of the Whole House to be considered clause by clause.
Clause 1, short title and commencement.
The question is that Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2, interpretation.
The question is that Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 3, right of action for a wrongful act causing death.
The question is that Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 4, bereavement.
The question is that Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Madam President.
Yes?
The issue that I raise, I think, still stands, that Clause 4 is inconsistent with Clause 2, which expanded the dependents very clearly. If it is that we are making a conscious decision to continue with that exclusion, that is fine. But I want to highlight it here again. The interpretation, especially in Clause 2, subsection B2, where it says a person who had been living with the deceased for at least 3 years before. I am of the view that we can transpose that entire subsection 2 into the bereavement section, because we would be excluding a considerable amount of persons who this act seemed to want to include.
My understanding is that it was specifically addressed in the lower house. Madam Legal Draftsperson.
Good day, everyone. Not speaking to any specific address in the law house, because at the time I was doing something else. But just to really let the members be aware of something. Bereavement is only a small portion of the compensation. The majority of the compensation goes under Section 7. Right. And of course, you'll see dependents listed at 7.3 to say that the dependents are. And at that particular stage, dependents will include everybody as listed in the definition. Bereavement, or even under the old legislation, I believe bereavement was only for the parents. Even though they were children entitled, only the parents were given bereavement. And in the lower house, a specific decision was made to include children. So it's not that anybody was being left out. We're saying add children. We're not leaving out the common law. And I also want to add something here. It's not a recognition of a common law marriage arrangement. It is something which we picked up from the social security arrangement, where we're saying that when you're living in this sort of arrangement with persons and a death occurs, that there is a significant loss of persons who are involved and who would have been dependent. So just as in under the social security law, the persons who have been residing with someone, and I think social security has 5 years, right? Then you're entitled to a benefit. Similarly, they're saying we'll allow you the benefit. But it's not that we're saying we're encouraging that sort of relationship, and it's not to be considered or accepted here that the law is changing and saying common law relationships now exist. So I just want to put that out there and let everybody be aware. All right? So
Thank you for
it's
that
a conscious decision.
Thank you for that explanation, but let the record reflect, I spoke to cohabitation. The language of common law came in after I sat down, but I was just speaking to people who cohabit.
Cohabitation
which is
generally...
Is it the same thing? No.
It's generally...
It is once you have cohabited, meaning living together.
I included grandparents as my example, but I just wanted to clarify that. I am not seeking for us to change the law or to infuse it with something that was not intended. Okay?
No, this is not something with respect to anything specifically that was said by you, because it was said throughout, generally.
Okay,
so the
but
mic
I
just
accept your clarification that we just want the bereavement to be for children and parents.
And parents.
Spouses.
Yes.
Got you.
Madam President?
Yes,
If we're
Senator.
satisfied with the clarification just provided, And we're satisfied that we want to have the bereavement damages for just parents and children, is what I'm understanding. Fantastic. So that even hammer home the point that I would have raised in the debate, where I mentioned that there are children, minors, who are neither biological nor stepchildren or adopted children. All those three I just mentioned are covered in the interpretation. But it does not cover children who reside or they are taken in by individuals without adopting them, without them being their blood relative, or without them being their stepchildren. And that happens a lot in Antigua and Barbuda. So we're saying we're excluding those individuals as well too who would have resided with the deceased for 3 years before their death.
I think what we have to recognize is that the parameters of this legislation are limited. And so insofar as those social protections that you're looking for, you might have to look at another piece of legislation to address. For instance, I see adoption is dealt with, but we had the legislation passed 2015 that deals with adoption, and even in terms of, adoption was passed 2015 to make adoptive parents and adoptive relationships recognized as being as equal as biological, but it's reinforced here. So you'd have to look at some other legislative provision to address what you're looking for, I think. Because then you end up opening a floodgate of bringing in everybody, auntie, sister, picnic, everybody. So I think what the legal drafts person is trying to bring to our attention is that there are two tiers in the legislation, that there are dependents and there are other persons, child, parents, personal representatives. But the dependent aspect has been, because ordinarily you would limit the applicability of dependent to maybe the wife, the surviving spouse, and not even surviving spouse, because you might have to prove that they were dependent and all of that. So the law is tightening it just so that we are clear that the dependents are the beneficiaries under the provisions, right? And the bereavement is separate to the dependent entitlement.
No problem. So even when we do get to clause 7, I might have to bring it up again. Because
Even when what?
Even when we do get to clause 7, because what I'm saying here, I'm not speaking about adoption. Let's say for language such as minors who would have resided with the deceased for 3 years and the minor was financially and emotionally dependent on the deceased.
I hear you. I'm saying that within the confines of what we have here, this is what we're dealing with. What you're talking about is expanding, not just even to a more, you're causing us to expand it even wider without the policy considerations and discussion. And I think that is what's missing. So for me, I hear you, and I'm looking at clause 7 actually deals with the court's parameters, what the court should take into consideration. So I don't even know if we can deal with it there. But I understand that you want to see the beneficiaries expanded, the dependents expanded. And I think we are not in a position to do that in this forum at this time without further exploration as to just how many people will fall into that category and where do we draw the line. Because then, as I say, you end up with the cat and the dog and all coming in. All right? But your points are valid, and I think it's been said before by many persons presenting today that our legislative framework is not stagnant. And if you've observed over the past 14 years, we come back to the table if we need to amend it, if it's that serious. But you're looking at a piece of legislation that's over 100 years old. For us to say we need to make these amendments and we don't understand the policy behind it and send it back, it means that we're still operating under the old framework, which is not benefiting anybody. So all of these persons that we're looking at, including now, would be put at a disadvantage for another session, maybe 2, maybe even next year. We don't know. I'm just saying, I take your point. I understand where you want to go, but it is not within our remit at this time to do that. That's what I'm suggesting to you. If you would want to have additional, perhaps you should have a conversation with the legal drafts people and the policymakers as to how we expand the definition of dependents. So I put the question.
Still in that section, Madam President, still in that clause 4.
Yes.
The issue of the award. Perhaps the drafters can provide some.
One of the things I have to say and remind us Is this financial? No, this is not. This doesn't affect the public purse. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, but the issue of the award and this proposal that we peg it to inflation, or my suggestion was affirmative regulation of Parliament to move the award incrementally.
Okay, I'm going to let the legal draftsperson say what she needs to say first.
Okay, again, and let me put the original clause that was before the House, just put it in context, had $5,000, and the Lower House chose to increase that sum to $20,000. This is not something that require or would require regulations. Again, it's a bereavement payment. It's a one-off. It's not about inflation. The inflation aspect of it, which would be what you would have lost in terms of support, would come under the assessment of damages. That's then they will look at the different support. This is just a grievance, just a grieving payment. That's what bereavement is. This is for your grief. This is not to compensate you for the fact that you need schooling, that your bills were being paid by the person and all of those things. That is considered when we go later to the assessment of damages and the award that will be made by the court, because then the court then will look at all the evidence and determine how much you should be compensated. And of course, because that is not fixed in here, we don't even put in a maximum sum, the court can award whatever amount they wish.
Thank you. The question is, what is the question?
No, I'm just going to...
That clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 5, action to be for benefit of certain relatives.
The question is that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 6, persons entitled to bring action.
The question is that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those
Madam
in favor
President, the proposal for us to reduce the 1 year to 6 months, are we going to consider that?
To reduce, sorry?
The waiting time before.
In 6.2, it was 6 months prior in the previous legislation. Yeah, this is one of those
May I
things that I have a
speak to
problem with,
this?
But let me let the legal draftsperson comment.
The fact is, getting a probate sometimes takes time. You might not even complete the process in 6 months. The best person to bring the action will be the personal representative, because of course it prevents chaos. If you have everybody thinking, I have a right to bring an action and I should bring action, there's possibility of chaos. So the best person is the personal representative. What this legislation is saying is that within 1 year, if you have been moving with post haste to try and get it done, within 1 year, you should have your probate in hand. And so if you fail to take any action after 1 year has passed, then way is made for somebody else to bring the action. But 6 months is too short. 6 months is too short. Remember, when you're doing a probate, you have to value the estate, you have to do all of these different things, and it can actually run more than that.
Okay. That was my comment, that 1 year is very short. Because I think sometimes 2 years is still trying to get probate. Especially if it's a
trying to untangle the estate
it's an old
to see
person,
who
they have
really
the wrong
should fit
name,
in.
you have to find it, they bond somewhere else, and it tends to get very protracted. And so 6 months to give the personal representative, only 6 months. Plus you talk about grief, you need a little time before you can get the courage to say, let's go forward in this vein. So I personally think it's too short, the 1 year, but that's my opinion. I think we have to see how it works, and then we can make the adjustments after. Again, and I'm going to say here, that's why we should have these committees that review the legislation. You know, after a period of time, we see if it's working. If not, we change it, you know, and we come back to the House. Laws are not supposed to be staying on the books for 100 years, and only after 100 years you come back to review them. It should be constant review. So I'm just putting in a plug there for our committees. All right, so what's the question? What's the question? The question is that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The The ayes have it.
Clause 7, assessment of damages.
The question is that Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 8, contributory negligence.
The question is that Clause 8 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 9, limitation of actions.
The question is that Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 10, action to follow civil procedure rules.
I just wanted to go back to 9 just a minute. I think it was raised in the debate, Senator Parker, but this accords with the existing limitation period for personal injury in the Limitation Act. So there's some consistency there. The question is that Clause 10 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 11, act binds the Crown.
The question is that Clause 11 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 12, repeal of Cap 166.
The question is that Clause 12 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no.
And the title.
The question is that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House will now resume its sitting.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I am pleased to report that the bill shortly entitled the Fatal Accidents Bill 2026 has passed through the committee stage without amendments, and I move the adoption of the report of the committee on the bill.
I beg to second the motion, Madam President.
Thank you, Senators. It has been moved and seconded that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it.
Madam President, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled the Fatal Accidents Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed.
Madam President, I beg to second the motion.
Thank you, Senator Gavaya and Senator Reen. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled the Fatal Accidents Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. The bill will now be read a third time. Madam Clerk, just members, the shuffling of the papers, and especially because we've been having the issue with the devices today, is disruptive. I'm hearing it, so I can imagine how it's heard over the feed. So please, yes, we'll have time to pack up. You know what you're packing up for? We're coming back. So just bear in mind that it does cause disruption, and it's acutely sensitive given what we're dealing with today. Madam Clerk.
An act to revise the law relating to the bringing of actions with respect to fatal accidents caused by wrongful conduct and to provide for other related and connected purposes.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly. Now, I don't know what time it is right now. It's 2 o'clock. We can return at 3:15. Yeah, we'll be back at 3:15 or 3 o'clock. We'll be back at 3 this afternoon. I will entertain the adjournment, the motion for the adjournment. And during that time, I hope that they will be able to address the issues we're having with the microphones.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I move that this House stands adjourned until 3 p.m. promptly this afternoon.
I second the motion, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Reen. It has been moved and seconded that this honorable House will stand adjourned until 3 this afternoon. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned until 3 today.